have many sources of income in Nigeria, and that if our leaders are honest and truthful and they are ready to work, Nigeria will be among the best country in the world because we have what it takes. Our leaders are our problem. The only we are not having any problem in Nigeria. The only problem we are having are the leaders. Even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and let we the youth start ruling, you will see that everything will go the way it should go. Our leaders are our problem. I'm telling you, they can come and arrest me. If they should kill me, 1,000 people like me will still stand in this country. So that's it. Our leaders are our problem. We are not having any problem with our leaders. Our leaders, they are our problem. How can someone be, see, I don't even know what, because the issue is even annoying. How, even under normal circumstances, apart from their salary, they're not supposed to be giving them wardrobe allowance, all this allowance, all this what is the meaning of that? The money our leaders are collecting a month in some country of the world, some presidents are not collecting it in a year. I'm saying it publicly. So that's all. Someone even compensate me for talking and give me water.
Something's got a hold on me here.
Drinks all around. Family, you don't get to pick the one you get. Just gotta love the one you got.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
I don't think you got it.
I held him off for years.
Charlie, get up here.
He's a relentless son of a bitch. Won't stop till he finishes the job. Death is coming for our family.
I said, oh, 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 oh.
Grandma, what's happening to us?
Years ago, I had a premonition that started it all. I saw what death was about to do. I saved a lot of lives that night.
Everyone needs to get off the dance floor!
Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death doesn't like it when you mess with his plans. This book, it will show you everything you need to know to keep our family safe.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. Watch out!
Only by embracing death will it pass you by.
Maybe death's not actually coming for our family. Because that would be crazy.
Evening.
Please lock your weapon.
Expect a big ping, brother. The whole body's a weapon. Sorry.
When they start to kill me, run. What is that?
My name is Sarah Connor. I hunt Terminators.
He's the most lethal Terminator ever created.
I'm going to help you protect the girl.
So you're Carl?
That's what everyone calls me, yes.
I'm never gonna call you Carl. If we don't win this one, it's all over.
The one thing that you have come to notice if you're living in this time period, especially after COVID-19, is that a lot of people are dying young. Before they're the age of 40, they're dead. And if they're not up to that age, you can see that they're walking around funny. That means they're not walking normally. So when we say that if you look around you, you'll see that people are walking kind of funny, what you will notice is that they're walking with some kind of limp. It's like they are limping. And then when they are walking awkwardly. Their body's not moving right. They are limping. They are walking kind of lethargic. This is because of poisoning. Because once you become poisoned, your central nervous system is totally compromised, such that it affects the way you do everything, especially walking. And I have a very, very vivid experience of poisoning that makes you walk with some kind of funny limp, because my dad was poisoned when he was very young by his stepbrothers who wanted to take advantage of his mother. And the poison affected him, and so my dad walks with a limp even till today. So that's what we mean that people are walking funny, is because of poisoning. If you look around you everywhere, I want you to pay attention now. Anywhere you are, in the United States of America, Canada, the Western world, in Africa, take a look. People are walking funny. They are not walking normal, with a kind of funny limp in a lethargic manner. And everybody seems to have some sort of medical condition in one way, shape, or form. Anywhere you are in the world, whether you are in North America, United States, and Canada, in any parts of the Western world, in Europe, if you're in Africa, anywhere in the world, people are sick in one way, shape, or form with very weird sicknesses and diseases. So the question we need to ask is this: why is this happening at this time period? And we are going to begin to answer that question to you so you understand. What you have to understand is this: 100 years ago, 50 years ago, people were not dying this young at this alarming rate. I mean, people were dying, but it was not at this kind of alarming rate. Before you're the age of 40, you're already dead. So what changed in 150 years? The next question that we're going to ask and answer at the same time so you understand is this: 150 years ago, when demons were introduced by the rogue into our world to be used as the slave force so that they could use them to manipulate and deceive black people. Because when we're saying people here dying less than 150 years ago, that there were not much these people dying, we're only talking about mankind. All right? So please pay attention to that. We're not talking about any demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. So, less than 150 years ago, less black people were dying. And all of a sudden, after COVID-19, they are now dying like flies before they reach the age of 40. And what we are telling you here is by experience. We've had a team member die who was not up to 35 years of age. Now, continuing on, the one question we as a team member have always asked is this: because demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair whom are not Orientals are animals, but they are not growing their animal features and tails such that we can identify and notify that they are animals. So the question we asked as a team, and we asked the priesthood at some time, is this: what is it that the evil and the black elites of the world are doing that these animals, which we can tell because you can see that they have the hair of animals, straight hair, and we black people all around the world don't got that. We have afro hair, and they have the hair that all animals have in this world as we can identify. Why is it that they are not growing their tails and animal features at an alarming rate that we should notice? What is the secret that the evil and the black elites of the world are doing that these animals are not growing the tails and animal features. It was always a question that was plaguing us day and night, because we knew that there was something to it that made this possible. Therefore, to answer that question, this brought everything full circle back to me, the narrator that you're hearing the sound of my voice. Because as we have told you on the Free Electricity Always video, I have been sick since birth. Even till today that you're hearing the sound of my voice, and the date actually today is 10th of January 2026. This is the time period that I have been the most sick ever, to the point of death, such that I asked the Creator, let me die instead of going through this kind of suffering and pain in sickness. That is how bad and fatal I wanted to die. So please pay attention henceforth from here. It's all gonna make sense, all right, to you. The first time I got fatally ill to the point I thought I was gonna die was September 19th, 2021. And September 19th, 2021 is 2 years from COVID-19. I walk around because, as I have told you on the Free Electricity Always video, I walk around about close to 230 pounds of pure muscle. No fat, nothing, lean. Okay? I and a team member went to a Yoshinoya restaurant to eat. I, the narrator, got some rice with some fish and with some veggies. The team member that I was with doesn't like veggies in any way, shape, or form. You can't talk to them to eat veggies. They just had rice with some beef. We both ate. I got sick, and the team member also got sick. Now, when I got sick, I lost 32 pounds in 4 days. That's how sick I got. If I drank water, it felt like I was drinking poison. If I tried to put food in my mouth, I felt like I was going to spit it out. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't go to work. I had to call off to work. So in 4 to 5 days, I lost close to 32 pounds. The team member also lost as much weight as I did. We both got so sick, so other team members wondered, what is it that you people are so sick? So we talked with the priesthood, and the priesthood told us what to do, and we recovered. If you're one of those subscribers that do have the one cure for all diseases, you would definitely have a clue about what the priesthood told us that made me well and a team member in 2021. So therefore, from September of 2021, I wasn't sick again until December of 2022. And when I got sick in December 2022, we found that at that particular point in time, as we narrated to you on the Free Electricity Always video, that water, using tap water to cook, was the issue. So now we stopped using tap water to cook from December of 2022, and for the first time in my whole entire life, from December of 2022 till December of 2023, I wasn't sick. But the one consistency which we did not pay attention to, the fact was that throughout 2022 to the ending of 2023, that I had no appetite for rice. I didn't eat rice throughout that whole entire time. I had no appetite for it in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't deal with it. So after 2023, I began thinking of eating rice again because I was like 1 year I haven't ate rice. I should find some way to eat it, right? So now, this is 2023 ending. In 2024, the picture is going to show on your screen. In 2024, February 2nd, because you know, when you travel around, especially as a team, which we travel to provide information for you in all these videos and documentaries so you understand your world and the truth. When you travel around, you don't have a lot of, like, say, control over what you eat, especially if you go to places that you can't cook your own food, any hotel or suites that don't have a stove, and then you can have some sort of control over how to cook and manage your food. You're going to be trying to find the best way to eat what you can so that you can be healthy. So we went to an Ono Hawaiian restaurant on February 2nd, 2024. The picture is going to show on your screen right here. And I had a meal. Usually, way back before 2021, anytime I go to an Ono Hawaiian restaurant, what I usually get is gonna be what they call spam musubi. All right, the image is gonna show on your screen, and the image is gonna show of the date or the picture, because I ate my own spam musubi. I finished everything. My team member that was with me did not finish their own, so the image is going to show on your screen so you know the actual date. So when I finished eating my spam musubi, I got as horribly sick as I was in 2021 September 19th, and this was February 2nd, all right, of 2024. And throughout 2022, from the ending of 2022 to the ending of 2023, I was never sick in any way, shape, or form. And as I've told you, the reason why, because we did not pay attention at that point in time, is that I had no appetite for rice, and we're not using tap water to cook. So now, when I got sick now in 2024, February, the priesthood introduced me to something else that helped me to get well. But from October of 2024, okay, to today, which is the 10th of January 2026, which this editing is done for this particular part of Shape of Our World right here, I have been sick every single time. I have been sick from December 21st, 2025 till January 10th, 2026, in ways that I could never explain. And I prayed. I wanted to die because the pain and suffering of the sickness was beyond everything that I could ever imagine. Now pay attention now, because we're trying to get to you the details of how I have been sick all the time without not anybody paying attention. So over the years, I, as the narrator, before trying to understand why I always get sick, I used to love eating at the restaurant called Red Lobster. And I introduced several team members to that fact that I love eating at Red Lobster. So certain team members over a period of time developed the idea of eating at Red Lobster. And one particular team member, anytime they have a birthday, they want to eat at Red Lobster. So we all ate at Red Lobster. Now, what happened was this. Every time I ate at the Red Lobster, the next day I would be so horribly sick. Other team members wouldn't understand why I would be that horribly sick. So when we start looking at our images over the years of us being at a Red Lobster and eating, the one thing that became clear in all those pictures was that the team members had rice with no veggies, and I, as the narrator, always had rice with veggies by looking at our images, right? So they all said, oh, now this makes sense. This is why you're sick. It's the veggies. And we found out over a couple of years later that the veggies were very, very toxic. That by eating veggies, which I've narrated to you on one of our videos right here, that eating veggies is very, very toxic because they have poisoned the food so much. So, I, as the narrator, stopped eating veggies. But what happened is this. Even though I stopped eating veggies, other team members were getting sick, and a team member died. All right? And that put us in a lot of shock because this team member was not even up to 37 years of age when they died. So continuing on, we were trying to figure out why this team member would die so young. And we couldn't put heads or tails towards it. So we now had to pay attention specifically to every single thing that we consumed in how it made our bodies feel. Okay? Every single thing. But I, as the narrator, as I have told you before on the Free Electricity Always video, and you hear it now on Shape of a World, I started getting so sick in 2024 from October. It was like I was in bouts of sickness. I would recover 1 month, the next month I would get another one. And I would find out the reason why I was sick for the last month. So sometimes I would go to a store and get some packaged fish that they have. Picture's gonna show on your screen on what that fish contained. When I fish eating, the muscles in my body would be firing all over the place. I would get sick. With the herbs of the priesthood, that would cure me out. But I would still get sick. No matter what I did, I would still get sick. Then, from 2024, throughout the whole of 2025, up to 21st of December, from 21st of December, the kind of sickness I got, I just wanted to die because the pain, suffering, and everything was way too much. And let's explain that now. So before I begin to tell you of my worst ever near-death experience, which started happening from December 21st, 2025 till January 10th, 2026, which I asked and prayed to the Creator that I should die because of the pain, torture, suffering that I was going through with this sickness, which I have never experienced in my whole entire life before ever. I want to start explaining some of the sicknesses that I've had before that for you. That's why you're looking at something there on the screen right here, which in a short minute, I'm going to explain to you. So, as I've told you before, the first time I really had sickness that I could never explain was since September 19th, 2021, in which I lost close to 30 pounds in 4 days after that I and a team member went to eat at a Yoshinoya restaurant. And I, as the narrator, had rice, some veggies, and some fish. And the team member had rice with some beef. And after eating that, me and a team member, we got so horribly sick. As I lost 30 pounds, the team member was losing 20 pounds. And it's only after we spoke with the team and the priesthood that they introduced us to one of the herbs that we use, which revived us. So, and from that time period, from 2021, I never really got sick again. And then from the ending of 2022, around December, till the ending of 2023 December, which was the last time I got sick again in 2023. So from the ending of 2022, I wasn't sick throughout the whole entire period of 2023, from January until December 2023. And as I explained earlier, the reason why, which we never paid attention, why it took me that long not to get sick was that, number one, we changed from using tap water for cooking and started using bottled water for cooking. And I did not eat any rice for a whole entire year. I had no appetite for rice. It just didn't work. And that's the reason why we did not know until now. That's why we're narrating this story right now, so you can understand why that I never got sick. So the picture that you're looking at on the screen is after I got sick in 2021, September 19th, which I lost close to 30 pounds in 4 days, and I kept losing. And the priesthood introduced me to one of their herbs, which helped me, and that got me on track. From September 2021, I never got so violently sick anymore until December 2022. I had bouts of sickness, but it was nothing serious. It was mostly like a cold, flu, which went away. So the picture that you're looking at was taken on 23rd of June 2022 at 11:29 a.m. in the morning. So after the priesthood introduced me to their herbs, which helped me to be better, from September of 2021. In June of 2022, on a very fine day like this, I woke up in the morning, I took the herbs, and then I rolled my tongue in my mouth, and it felt like I had maybe leftover food. You know how you eat food, maybe chew meat or chew anything, and then you swallow and some of it is stuck in your mouth, but you don't know. And then maybe when you roll your tongue, you feel it and you want to pull it out, right? Or chew it back in. When I used my tongue and tried to pull it out so I could chew it, I found out that as I pulled, it kept getting longer. And I was wondering, what is this? And it was tough. So I put my hands in and just started pulling out this long string. So that's what you're looking here on the screen. So all of this is a long string that I kept pulling out of my mouth. I was shocked. I didn't know what this was. I kept pulling because this is the first time that this has ever happened to me. I kept pulling and pulling and pulling, and it came out longer and longer out of my mouth. So I had to sit down and take soda bottle cover that you see right here and put it in and take a picture because I couldn't understand. What is this? Because it was so long. So this was the first time that I pulled something long out of my mouth in June of 2022. We apologize because the videos are so graphic, but we just want to show you what's going on in our world and how wicked and evil the black elites are to make sure that they stay as kings and use their scapegoats in animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails to cover up for their own wickednesses so that nobody is ever going to attack and terminate them. So, since that first day in June 2022 of me pulling stuff out of my mouth in strings, I've been pulling stuff out of my mouth in strings even till today as you're listening to the sound of my voice. Every time I get sick, I would pull this out strings. So once I take the priesthood's one cure for all sickness and all diseases, and I take it, I just start dragging stuff out of my mouth in strings. And this is a picture of them, of one of them again. And this one happened on 22nd of September 2025. So since 2022, I keep pulling stuff out of my mouth like this consistently. Every time I take the one cure for all sicknesses and diseases that the priesthood gives to us, I pull this stuff out consistently like that. Now, let me show you a video of what happened after I had eaten some spam musubi at a restaurant called Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Now, when I got sick in December 2022, I had eaten some coconut made rice with some canned coconut milk. And when I had finished eating that, the very next day, a couple of hours later, my throat started swelling and I started coughing. I would cough out so much pus, up to 2 gallons in a day. This is not a joke. I would wonder, where is the stuff coming from? Because I would keep coughing it out. Let's show you a picture. We apologize for the graphic nature of all these pictures, but we need to show you the truth so you understand what's going on in your world, because people are dying way too young. Before they hit the age of 40, they are dead from a sickness or disease. And then on top of that, people are just dying left, right, center since COVID-19. So when I got sick in 2023, remember I told you guys I never got sick from December of 2022 till December of 2023. And in December 2022, I ate some coconut rice made with canned coconut milk. And after eating the next day, I started spewing this out, up to 2 gallons every day for about a week. Now, it was with the priesthood's herbs that helped me to stop spewing this out, because it was totally horrible. I would be weak just spewing. Now, after this incident, in 2024, so remember, I've been sick December 2022, right? December. In 2024, let's say February of 2024, we traveled and we had to eat, because I stopped eating from restaurants since the incident of finding out that every time I eat at a Red Lobster that I got sick. And we got to find out that it was the veggies, because of years of taking pictures whenever we go to eat at a Red Lobster, that I was always the one eating rice with veggies and the team didn't do that. So I had stopped eating in restaurant. I wouldn't eat restaurant food. But whenever we are out, you're traveling, you're in a different place, a different city, and you have to find some way or something to eat, right? So we try to make the best of what we can at where we at, because that is how we learned so far that if you're traveling, you have to find some place or some sort of, let's say, hotel or lodging that you can cook your own meals, so you have a little bit more control of what you're consuming when you're on road trips. So in February of 2024, after I was sick in December 2022, we went to the restaurant called Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. The image is going to show on your screen. And I ate a spam musubi while my team member ate some rice with some beef, okay, and some chicken, and with some small amount of tiny veggies, but not much, just cabbage, all right, at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. So here is an image of spam musubi of what I ate. So after finishing eating this, I started spewing the same thing that I spewed back again in December, a couple of, let's say, maybe 6 to 7 weeks after I was healed of that. And I was spilling it again so badly. In 2024, okay? Terribly, horribly. 2 gallons. And here is an image of what, because when that happened, because I finished the whole entire meal that I ate, but the team member didn't finish theirs, so immediately I got sick. I had to take a picture of what we had eaten that day. And here is an image of it. And this image was taken on 2nd of February 2024, because I had finished mine, thrown everything away. The team member didn't finish. They brought it back to where we stayed at and lodged. And then this is what happened. And I had to take the picture because I got sick the very next day. So I started spewing the same thing out again. 2 gallons a day. Spewed it for like almost close to a week before it ended with all the treatment that the priesthood gives us in the herbs. And from 2024, again, I didn't get sick from February, but from October of 2024, I began being sick every single month in some way, shape, or form that was beyond horrible, till 2026 on the 10th of January. I'm narrating all the experiences for you to understand again. So, remember I just told you, when I got sick in December 2022, I had rice, coconut rice, with some kind of coconut milk that is in a can. And then when I got sick in February of 2024, what I had was spam musubi made with rice. Okay? So you're seeing some consistency right here. Then, when I started getting sick from October of 2024, I stopped eating all the veggies, but I was still getting sick in some way, shape, or form that I couldn't explain. Then in March of 2025, I ate rice again, but this time I went to the store. You know how you go to the store? And since I thought that the reason why I was getting sick from the last rice that I ate in December 2022 with canned coconut milk, that maybe the canned coconut milk I bought was not good, was bad. That was what was causing my sickness. So this time around in March of 2025, when I went to the store and decided to cook some coconut rice for myself, I decided to read all the labels of the coconut milk that they had. So I read through some, and I saw this one was said non-GMO, organic. All right. So I bought that. Went home, cooked the coconut rice, finished eating it, and the same thing happened again that happened in December 2022 with the coconut rice that I ate with the coconut milk. But this time it was far more worse. It was so horrible in the sense that I was shaking, weak, could not move, almost felt like I was gonna pass out, and then I started coughing again. So it is at this time that the priesthood taught me how to cough out this mucus, which was I was coughing out so much that instead of, because when I'm sitting and coughing, it's taking so much of my energy, just coughing and spewing it out. So the priesthood told me, okay, kneel down on all fours, press your neck to your chest, and then just try to groan, and the stuff will come out easily. So that's how I was able to cough out all this spew, which was still 2 gallons in a day running. So in 2025 also, we started noticing something else that was happening to me. I had this inflammation in my gums. So every time I go look in the mirror, I would see some inflammation on the top of my teeth, gum area, canine area. And I would wonder, where is this inflammation coming from? And I've seen this inflammation for a year before 2025, but I couldn't understand where it was coming from. So one day when I got in the mirror, I was like, how? Where is this inflammation coming from? Let me just press it a bit. So when I pressed it, pus started coming out of my canine tooth, like just flowing it out. I couldn't believe this. And I was like, is this for real? Can someone carry this amount of pus in their gum, teeth, and be pulling it out? Where is it coming from? So that is the story of the basis for you to see where we're going, because you'll soon understand and see what we're trying to say here. So let's now fast forward to 21st of December, 2025, for you to get the full story, because we have laid the foundation so far for you to understand why the title of this video is called Rice and Water, #1 Poisons. And this is all for you to understand what's going on in your world on Shape of a World right here.
So, the story continues to let you know the experiences that I faced in health that made me want to die because of the pain, suffering that I was going through, which I've never experienced before in my whole entire life, starting from December 21st, 2025 till January 10th, 2026. So what you're looking at the screen is a bottled water called Crystal Geisha water. Now, Crystal Geisha water is the water that we started using as a team and recommending for other people to start using it when we found out, if you can remember in the Free Electricity Always video, we found out that water was the reason for the foods that we were cooking not to taste so well. And from 2022 in December, we stopped using tap water and started using bottled water. And the bottled water that we were using was Crystal Geisha bottled water. And from 2022, like I told you, till December of 2023, I wasn't sick. And then we lost a team member in October 31st of 2023. And so that was a wake-up call for all of us to start paying attention to everything that we are eating, drinking, to see how it affects our body, because the team member, like we said, died very young. They were not even up to the age of 37 when they died. So it was a real shocker for all of us. And not just this team member that died, we had so many other young people, friends, who did not reach the age of 40. Like there is a friend of ours who traveled and went to a hotel, checked into the hotel, slept, and died in their sleep, never came back. That was all part of the reasons why, as a team, we started paying attention, because we knew that poisoning, sicknesses, is not natural in the earth, as we have taught you before now. Sicknesses, diseases is not natural in nature. You are being poisoned. There is no such thing as a sickness. As we explained before, that you can go into the bushes and the jungles, you will see animals drink dirty, swampy water, eat all the food, because they tell us that in the jungles and the forest, it's very unclean areas or whatsoever. And meanwhile, we live in very clean environments. You clean your houses, you go to your food stores, it's clean, you buy food there, but we get sick more than the animals which are in their own habitats, in the jungles, bushes, or oceans, who drink swampy, dirty water. Those animals don't get sick. They just get old and die naturally of old age, not of sickness. But we, mankind, being the clean beings that we are dying young, and we are dying young most suddenly now over time since the introduction of demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who go tells, which is the truth. So for the whole entire time that I was well for a year, which never happened before, from December of 2022 to December of 2023, even though we lost a very dear team member, and the team member is so dear to us, because a lot of the things that we have come to know was made possible by this team member. But continuing with the story, the whole entire time that I was not sick for 1 year, from December 2022 to December of 2023, the one thing that was consistent was that besides us changing from using tap water to cook to the Crystal Geisha brand here that you're seeing on the screen, I myself did not eat any rice throughout that whole entire time. And I wasn't sick. And now, from 2022 December, we've been using the Crystal Geisha brand to cook all our meals and drink water. And it had a taste. And we thought the taste was because it was mountain or spring water, and that it was okay. So now, fast forward now to 2025, December 21st. Prior to this time, from October of 2025, I've been bringing out pus from my gums, in my canine gums, every single day till December 21st, 2025. And I was wondering, where is this pus coming from? Talk to the team members, talk to the priesthood, and they could not understand. What is happening to you? Why are you pulling out pus in your gums from your canines? So now, December 21st, I go to the gym. Because as usual, as I've told you on the Free Electricity Always video, because of me being sick from childhood, from birth, and trying to find a way to be well, I always have to be in physical activity, workout, just to be strong so I don't get sick. Usually, my recipe is this if I'm going to the gym, because whenever I go to the gym, average time that I'm going to spend in the gym is going to be 5 hours and 30 minutes. That's average. That means no matter how short my gym time is going to be, it's going to be 5 hours and 30 minutes. That's average. So sometimes I can go up to 6 hours and 30 minutes or even up to 7 hours just working out, so I should not be sick. So December 21st, the recipe I usually do is this. When I wake up in the morning or the night before I go to the gym, I take all the herbs that the priesthood has offered me for the one cure for all sickness and diseases. When I'm finished doing that, I eat 2 eggs, all right? And these eggs have to be brown-shelled eggs. When I finish eating 2 eggs, I'm gonna boil 2 red potatoes and 2 bananas. I'm gonna take that with me to the gym. Because of how long I have to stay in the gym, I need to eat something while there. And prior to me being in the gym, the day before the gym, I'm gonna make sure that I eat all my meals and make sure that before 7 p.m. at night, I'm done with my food, so that the food has time to digest and I'm ready for my gym session the next day. So therefore, December 21st, I go to the gym. I start working out. In my whole entire gym experience of working out and trying to be fit, besides doing physical activity outside in like maybe pushing cars or pulling cars, just to be strong enough so I don't have to be sick, because I do all those kind of physical activities. I just get the fun out of like maybe pushing cars and just pulling it by myself, or pushing it by myself and making it run, and I have somebody in the car to move the steering, that kind of stuff. All kinds of physical activity just to be strong enough so I don't get sick. I've had maybe like 4 experiences or 5 experiences that I have been in the gym and I couldn't be able to finish my gym sessions. The one that I can recall this particular point in time is that a long time ago, what I used to do before I get in the gym was that I would stop by this restaurant called Taco Bell. And at Taco Bell, I would get their wrapped up kind of rice with some beef. I would eat that, 2 rolls. I would collect, let's say, some French fries. And I used to do this at Taco Bell, collected at Taco Bell. And it's going to show on your screen, Taco Bell. Or I would get it from Jack in the Box. Or I would get it from McDonald's. And then I would collect a cup of Dr. Pepper. So that would be what I would take. This is way before I started to do my meals myself, as I've explained, in cooking 2 potatoes, 2 unripe bananas, eating 2 eggs before I go to the gym. So that's what I would usually do. So the first experience that I've ever had in the sense that I couldn't complete my gym session was that I went to McDonald's, asked for a Dr. Pepper, and I asked for French fries, which is what I used to do on a regular basis. And on this particular day, when I went to the McDonald's, they told me, okay, our Dr. Pepper is almost finished, or it's finished technically. It's just the last one. We don't want to sell it to you, or we don't want to give it to you. I was like, I don't care. Just give it to me. So they gave me a cup of Dr. Pepper, with my French fries. I drank the remnants that they told me that they had of Dr. Pepper, which was the last one, that they wouldn't usually give it to anybody or sell it, but because I requested and insisted, they gave it to me. So I drank the Dr. Pepper, ate the French fries, headed out to the gym. And usually when I go to the gym, the first thing I'm always going to do is to use a roller and roll myself, make sure that all my muscles are relaxed. Then after rolling, I'm going to get on the treadmill, do a fast sprint for like a minute, very fast at like maybe 9 or 10, as high as I can for a minute, then roll it down and run slowly. And then after that, I'm going to walk on the treadmill in a kind of like heely, kind of like a motion, right? When I get down, I'm going to get on the stair climber and do my stair climber walk for like 5 minutes, maybe at a pace of like 7, then reduce it to 4. And then after that, the first thing I'm going to do is do my deadlifts. And with my deadlifts, the deadlifts I do is going to be 405 pounds. And when I do the 405 pounds, I must make sure that I do at least maybe 8 repetitions, right? And those 8 repetitions, I can do it maybe once, right, without stopping. And maybe sometimes I can do it stopping maybe 2 times, depending on how the day goes or how good I feel. So on this day, after I had taken the Dr. Pepper, which they said was the last remaining one, they wouldn't want to sell it, but because I insisted, they gave it to me from McDonald's. When I did the first rep, after I had massaged myself on the roller ball, got on the treadmill, got on the stair climber, came down, and the next thing I'm going to do is going to be my deadlifts. When I did the first deadlift, I started blacking out and I started feeling so weak. So I couldn't believe what was happening. So I stopped. And when I stopped, I went back home and took the herbs that the priesthood gave me after I had started getting sick in 2021. And that is how I recovered. And when I recovered, I immediately knew that the Dr. Pepper that they gave me at McDonald's, which they said was the last remaining Dr. Pepper they had, that was the only thing they had, was the reason why I got sick with the French fries that I bought from McDonald's, which made me almost black out then so weak that I couldn't finish my gym session. So that was the first time that ever I went to the gym and I could not finish my gym session. I had to cut it short. And remember, as I told you, the average time for my gym session is 5 hours and 30 minutes. Average, that means no matter what happens, my gym session is 5 hours and 30 minutes. I can spend more time after that, just so I will not get sick. Just trying to be strong so I will not get sick. And this gym session happened before 2022. Okay? I'm giving you dates and time so you understand the story. So, continuing on now, I've had maybe a couple of gym sessions that I have had to stop and not go through with it. And the only reason why I didn't go through with it was because I went to the bathroom a little bit too much. And for me, whenever I go to the bathroom a little bit too much, my energy kind of drops down, so I don't complete my gym sessions. But the herbs that the priesthood gives to us makes us to go to the bathroom and releases all the junk that we've eaten, all right? So it makes our system more freer. And so because of that, sometimes when I go to the gym myself and with other team members, we experience this. And we just go back home, eat, get some strength, and just relax. So for me, in my whole entire workout experience of trying to be strong so I don't get sick, I've had a couple of days, but the one day that I knew because I reported to all the team members, was that they told me at McDonald's that this was the last of the Dr. Pepper that they had. They don't want to sell it to me, but I insisted that I don't mind. I want to get it because I was going to the gym, because my routine before I ever knew anything that the priesthood taught me was that when I'm going to the gym, what do? I get some French fries from either Jack in the Box, Taco Bell, McDonald's, and if I'm at Taco Bell, I get some kind of, let's say, burrito, which has rice and some beef in it. Eat it. Take my Dr. Pepper and go to the gym, just because my workout sessions last so long. So my ever first experience in not finishing my workout sessions and feeling like I was blacking out when doing a deadlift of 405 pounds was because I had this Dr. Pepper drink from McDonald's, which they said it was almost gone. And when I took it with the French fries and I went to the gym, doing the massage roller to make sure that I massage myself, doing the treadmill, doing the stair climber, then I did the deadlifts. And when I started doing the deadlifts, I started feeling like I'm blacking out. And when I started feeling like blacking out, I stopped. That was the first time in my gym experience that I had to cut my workout short because I felt like I was blacking out, and everything showed that the reason why I was feeling like I was blacking out was from what? Drinking the last Dr. Pepper that they had at McDonald's and eating their French fries. And I went home and I took the herbs that the priesthood gave me and I felt better. So that was the first time that I had to cut short a gym session. And over time, anytime I did have to cut out of a gym session, I only did it because I went to the bathroom way too much because of the herbs that the priesthood gives you, which cleans out your system. Because the truth is this, which a lot of people don't know. Every sickness that you have in this world is in your stomach, your gut. That is why when you see people walking around, they have large guts. When they are obese, it's all in their gut because all your sicknesses are in your stomach, your gut. So fast forward down to December 21st of 2025. I've never had any experience of quitting the gym in any way, shape, or form, besides the fact that the very first time I did quit, I knew that it was because that I took the last Dr. Pepper brand from McDonald's, which they wouldn't want to sell to me because I insisted that I want it, and they gave it to me. And I took their French fries, and when I got to the gym and I did my workout session, I started blacking out. And I had to stop and go back home and take the herbs that the priesthood gave me so I could recover, because I started feeling weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker, and I couldn't understand why. So that was my first major experience in quitting a workout session because of feeling like I was blacking out. And any other time that I've quit a workout session, I wasn't feeling like I was blacking out. I just got weaker because I was going to the bathroom a little bit too much, because the herbs that the priesthood gives us cleans out our system. So every time you go to the bathroom, you feel a little bit weaker because you're cleaning out your system of junk and evil food that you're eating. And when you clean out your system, when you feel weaker, it is not because you're getting weak. It's just because you're cleaning out your system, your gut, your stomach, of all the evil food that you're eating, which a lot of people have no idea, especially the evil, stupid, dumb Americans of the world. So on December 21st, 2025, as you have heard the story that I have narrated to you, I went to the gym and I had the Crystal Geisha brand 1 gallon water, which I have always been using since 2022 December, when we as a team stopped using tap water to cook, and we started using the Crystal Geisha brand to drink and use in our cooking. So from 2022, you understand the story so far now up to 2025, which is 3 years. I take 1 gallon of Crystal Geisha brand water right here. I take my 2 potatoes, cooked potatoes, 2 bananas, and I go to the gym. And I start my workout session. As usual, as I've explained, I go through the workout session in the sense that I massage myself on the rollerball. I get on the treadmill and do my treadmill run. I get on the stair climber. And after I'm done, I get on my deadlifts. And I do a lot of deadlifts. But the basic is that 405 pounds, I have to do at least maybe 8 reps. And I do even more than 405 pounds. But I do it for only about 500 pounds. I do it only for 1 rep. And then I come down and I do less and less and less. I don't want to get into details because it's way too much. You guys will not really understand that. But that is my workout session. As I have explained, that when I'm in the gym, the average time I spend is 5 hours and 30 minutes. Now, after I'm done, usually because I have different days that I do different things in the gym. I won't have the time to go into the details, but I'm just narrating the story right here for you to understand. So after I'm done with all that, all right, I'm getting into the part that I have to do dumbbell rows for my chest and arms, all right? And when I get to that part in my gym routine, I start shaking. I'm shaking so much. So as I'm shaking so much, the one thing I do recall was that when I was boiling my bananas, because usually I take off the skin from the bananas, but on this particular day, I was just thinking maybe if I put the bananas in some kind of, let's say, charcoal, graphite, wash it, that maybe the poisons will get off. And if I boil the bananas, after washing them with a lot of like charcoal to remove the poisons, that it would work, right? That no poisons would be left in the banana skin. When I am done eating the bananas and just peeling off the skin after boiling them with my potatoes, and then I drink the crystal geisha water that you're seeing right here, I start shaking so violently. I wanted to continue with my workout because I'm so dedicated to my workout, because I know that it makes me to be very okay. Because one thing you have to understand with all I'm saying is this: physical activity helps you to get rid of poisons. So if you're not moving, you don't have any kind of physical activity and spending time in the sun, you're not going to have a lot of poisons removed from you. You're going to get sicker and sicker and sicker. So now, going back to the story, I start shaking. And I was like, is it because of the fact that this is one of the 2 days, because I've only done this twice, that I have used charcoal to scrub the skin of the bananas, then cook it, and then eat it? I was like, oh, the problem could come from the fact that because they spray our food, all the foods, with a lot of poisons, which makes, if you go into the stores, you see a lot of, like, let's say, tomatoes shining because they have sprayed a lot of poisons of it. If you go into the store to buy any type of food that is a veggie, you're going to notice that some and most of them have a shine on it. It's because they have coated it with a lot of poisons. So that was the thought that I had in my mind. And I was thinking, like, I'm shaking because I've done this only twice in boiling my bananas with the skin after I have washed it with charcoal. So I was like, okay, the gym session is not going to go through like I thought because I'm shaking so violently. Let me just stop right here, go back home, treat myself with the herbs that the priesthood gives me, and then I can go to the gym another day. So this was the second time in my whole entire life of working out in the gym that I had to stop because I was feeling a certain type of way.
So therefore, I come back home after this gym session in which I'm shaking, and I take all the herbs the priesthood gives us, and I start feeling okay. And then I start going about my normal activity. And then later in the evening, I start feeling hungry, and I had cooked some rice, and I had cooked that rice for maybe 2 or 3 days in the fridge. So I eat it, and it was the last remaining portion of rice. And after I finish eating this rice, my stomach starts having spasms. Now, I haven't told you guys this. Prior to my stomach having this kind of spasms, the first time I have ever had this kind of spasms in my whole entire life was sometime in November. And what I ate was some scallops with some squid, with some black rice and Uncle Ben's rice, and my stomach started having spasms. And because of my stomach having these spasms, to myself, I thought because it had to be from the squids and the scallops that I ate. So I took the herbs that the priesthood gave to us, and under like 48 hours to like 72 hours, those spasms went away. So, but on December 21st, 2025, in the evening, after I had finished from the gym, took the herbs that the priesthood gave me for the shaking that I was having through the gym session that I had, which I couldn't complete, and I ate the rice, the stomach spasms started happening again 1 month after the first time that I've ever had it. Now, what I do recall is this. Over the years, I've had stomach spasms, but I couldn't understand what it was because it would happen just one time. My stomach would go into a spasm, and before I could tell what it was, it would stop. So I would start thinking, am I having a heart attack? What is it? Because it would just happen one time very violently and then go away. But for the first time ever in November of 2025, after I had finished eating some scallops with some squids and some black rice and white rice that I ate, it happened so violently throughout the day that I had to take the herbs that the priesthood provides us. And after like 24 to 48 to 72 hours, it went away. And then all of a sudden, a month later now, it happens again. So in my mind, talking with the team members and everybody else, we start thinking it has to be from the fact that you boiled your unripe banana after rubbing it with charcoal, and then probably some of the poisons that they rub on the banana. So we started thinking in our minds, the reason why you're having these spasms is because you boil some bananas with the skin on after you've rubbed it on charcoal, and you've done it twice, and then it's possible that this is the reason why you're having the spasms again. But we never could make the correlation to the fact that the reason why I've had the spasms so violently, firstly in November, was the fact that I ate rice, black rice with Uncle Ben's rice. But in my mind, because I was the one who cooked the meal, I'm thinking it's because I ate scallops with squids, and I haven't eaten scallops for a long time, and I love scallops. So continuing on now, I have the spasms in the evening, and the spasms did not go away. I said, okay. I took some of the herbs that the priesthood provides us. The spasms subsided. And December 21st, 2025, if you look on your calendar, is a Sunday. So I took some of the herbs that the priesthood gave me. By December 23rd, 2025, the spasm went away. And on the 24th, I went to a 99 Ranch store. The image is going to show on your screen. And I bought some long grain organic brown rice. When I now bought the long grain organic brown rice, it's because I was traveling on the 26th of December 2025 to Iowa. And I was like, I don't have any food that I can eat because the last rice that I ate, which was finished on the 21st of December 2025, I don't have any food to eat. And none of the team members are around because this is the festive period. You have to be around with families and everybody else. So I'm all by myself. So I was like, okay, the Uncle Ben's rice that I have is finished. It's almost finished. So because I'm in a hurry and I know I'm going to be traveling on the 26th of December 2025 to Iowa for meeting with family members, let me just try to find something I can quickly cook, eat, and then go about my business. So I go to the 99 Rice store. I get some long grain brown rice. An image is going to show on your screen. Now, I come back home. I cook the organic brown rice. But the first thing I notice when I'm washing the organic brown rice, for those who have the manual that the priesthood gave you on the one cure for all diseases, you will have this understanding firmly. And when I wash the organic brown rice, the one thing that I notice is that it is a lot harder, stiffer than the regular rice in either the black rice that I usually eat with the Uncle Ben's rice. But I don't pay any attention to it because I'm in a hurry. I'm planning to travel in 2 days, festive period, December. Wash it, cook it, eat it. Immediately I eat it, I get weak. But this is the 24th of December 2025. So I was like, okay, I'll just take the herbs that the priesthood gives to us and I'll be okay. And I start taking the herbs. I take the herbs on the 24th, the 25th. By the morning of the 26th, I start recovering from it. All right? With all the herbs that the priesthood gives us. So by the time I'm heading out to the airport to get to Iowa, I start feeling okay. I'm recovering. All right? My full strength is back. I now get to the airport. And because of the delays, I get 1 hour and 30 minutes before my flight to Iowa to the airport. The one thing I have to tell you guys is this, and we will keep repeating this throughout this whole entire video. The airports all around the world are the most wicked places in the earth, and you understand sooner or later. That is why on this particular part of Actor for Shape of a World, the priesthood is going to show you how to make your own airplanes and have airports. Because whatsoever we have around this world is completely evil. So I get to the airport 1 hour and 30 minutes before my flight leaves to Iowa. But I never could make that flight because the TSA, with their delays and the so many other delays, they fabricate and put into the airport just to make your lives horrible and frustrated. Because this is what the elites do. They have to make you suffer, to believe a lie, so that they can be the only ones who are the elites. I miss my flight. And now the story continues. So now, remember I told you that I was recovering from eating the long grain organic brown rice, and I was recovering on the way to the airport. Now, as I was going through the TSA checks and everything, which delayed me to miss my flight to Iowa, if you go to any airport, most airports around the world, which they can make you to move freely in the sense that they could put maybe, let's say, some sort of escalator to move you around. You walk around along so much. So because at the airport I was walking for so long, recovering from the fact that I had been poisoned, and I didn't know this at this particular point in time, about me eating the long grain brown rice organic, which I had bought from a 99 Rand store. I had walked around so much. So by the time I get to the TSA check and I pass through the TSA check, I am tired. I'm trying to get to my flight. I'm drained. I am dehydrated. So there's this TSA lady walking by, and I asked the TSA lady because she had water. I'm like, I'm waiting for my flight, but it's taking so long because a bus has to come carry us from one gate to another for us to get on the flight. And I'm tired. I'm dehydrated. So I asked the lady, please, could you give me your bottle of water to drink? Because I saw she had a bottle of water. So the lady gave me the bottle of water. The bottle of water was Kirkland. It's going to show on your screen. Kirkland comes from Costco. So I collected the bottle of water and I drank it. And when I finished drinking, I said thank you to the lady. And then I get to my gate. And when I get to my gate, I miss my flight to Iowa. And the story now continues. So I missed my flight to Iowa. Now, one thing I haven't told you guys is this. On the 26th of December 2025, that I was traveling to the airport after I told you that I had started treating myself against the organic brown rice that I had eaten the day before. On the 26th, because I left pretty early in the morning, sometime before, let's say, 4 a.m. or 4:30 in the morning, so I could make my flight, which was going to be around 9 o'clock in the morning. And I had no breakfast. I didn't eat anything. So as I was recovering on the drive, using the herbs that the priesthood provides for us, and driving to the airport, and going through all the hassle of TSA, and then getting dehydrated and asking the TSA lady to give me some water because I was feeling really weak because TSA put us through a whole lot. Checks, stops, walking, long distances, because as we've told you, they can make our lives much more easier at the airports. Why do we have to walk for such long distances? From terminal to terminal or from gate to gate? It doesn't make any sense. So by the time I get to my gate and we have to wait for a bus to move us to another gate, I'm dehydrated, and I talk to the TSA lady who has some Kirkland bottled water. She gives me the Kirkland bottled water, about half of it, because she already drank. She was hesitant to give it to me, but I was like, I don't mind that you already opened and drank it. I just need some water because I can go through this. And the TSA lady did understand, because we were going through so much stress, just waiting for a bus to change our gates. So she gave me half the bottle of the Kirkland water, and I did not have any breakfast because I was like, my flight to Iowa is going to get there around 1 p.m. Iowa time. So the time I get to Iowa by 1 p.m. and I go through the stress of getting a rental car, I'm going to find an African restaurant and eat, because I'm usually not a very breakfast type of person. I only force myself to eat breakfast on days that I go to the gym, so I can have enough energy to go through my gym session. So I haven't eaten. So by the time this TSA lady gives me Kirkland half bottle of water to drink and I finish drinking it, I feel slightly a little bit weaker, right? But in my mind, I think maybe it's because I haven't had breakfast, and I've gone through so much in trying to get to my flight. And maybe that's the reason why I'm feeling a tad bit weak. So by the time I get to my gate for my Iowa flight, they said that I missed it by a couple of 15 minutes. So I sit down and I'm frustrated. So then I walk up to the air flight hostesses and I ask them, when is going to be the next flight so I can board it and get to Iowa? And they tell me my next flight is going to be by 6 p.m. I'm at the airport by 9 a.m. About 9:10 a.m. when I finally make it to my gate terminal for my Iowa flight. And they say the next flight is going to be by 6 p.m. So I have 9 hours before getting on the next flight to Iowa. So I asked them, is there no other flights that can move me a little bit more quickly or something so that I don't have to wait 9 hours at the airport? Then they tell me there's another flight, but that flight leaves by 5 p.m. But it's going to have a layover. So that means if I board that flight by 5 p.m., I'm going to have a layover before I finally get to Iowa. So I sit down and I'm very frustrated. And being very frustrated, I now start thinking, I'm going to wait 9 hours in the airport. Should I wait 9 hours in the airport? Or should I just go, check into a hotel close by, come back by 6 p.m. and go to my terminal, or try to make it much more earlier? And I'm sitting down and I'm thinking. And then as I'm thinking, I'm like, the stress that the TSA has put me through in the fact that I have been at the airport 1 hour and 30 minutes before my flight and I still missed it because of all the bullshit that they put us through. Should I take a chance, get out of the airport, all right, go check into a hotel, then come back into the airport maybe 2 or 3 hours and then try to get on the flight by 6? But what happens if TSA in the evening gets more worse? So I'm sitting down there and I'm going through all this kind of thoughts. So I'm like, okay, let me drink some water. So I go over to the fridge at the airport and I look, they have water. I see Aquafina brand in there. I see some other brands of water. And if you look at the Aquafina bottled water, right? If you're looking right here at this Aquafina bottled water, because this is actually the water that I did drink. It says here, purified still water. Pure water, perfect taste. Now, if you look across all the bottled water that you have in the United States of America and Canada, they brand the bottled water so well, they said it's purified still water. Pure water, perfect taste. They label this so well to soak you in, to have a sense of confidence to drink that water. It's the same label that they use when they say organic, non-GMO food. Those brands have more poisons, but because of the label of lying and deceiving you, because people have been waking up over the years to know that the food and water is poison, they now use a label such as organic, non-GMO, or as you can see here where it says purified still water, pure water, perfect taste, distilled water, or any kind of label to soak you in to take more of their poisons. But in your mind, because of the label, you think that you're drinking and eating something healthy. So now, before I continue with the story of me drinking the Aquafina bottled water at the airport after missing my flight and thinking about the fact that since the next flight that I'm going to have to get on is going to be 9 hours, I was deliberating, what should I do? Should I go back out, go check into a hotel, wait for the 9 hours, or wait till maybe like 6 hours, then come back into the airport? But when I started thinking of all the stress that TSA has put me through such that I missed my flight, and I was supposed to get to Iowa by 1 p.m. and have lunch, and now by the time I get on the aircraft and I get to Iowa, it's going to be 1 a.m. at night. All the restaurants are going to close. How am I going to go about eating and all that kind of stuff? So with all this deliberation, I started thinking, okay, let me just spend my time in the airport 9 hours any way that I want to. Eat food over there and try to make the best option or choices in eating food and drinking water, and that I'll be okay. And the date that all of this is happening is on the 26th of December 2025. Now, let me backtrack a story a little bit. On December 2nd, 2025, there's a team member of ours who had an international flight. The international flight had layovers in Doha before getting to their final destination. Now, we as a team, we drove this team member to the airport, and the team member got to the airport, checked in time, because at this particular point in time, we have always known that if you're not in the airport at least 1 hour or 30 minutes before your flight, or even more, the hassle that TSA and the evil airports of the world are going to put you through, especially if you are in the United States of America, is going to make you miss your flight. And then you're going to have to spend more money and go through more stress just to get on another flight. So we drove this team member to the airport on December 2nd. Now, this team member has what they call motion sickness. So motion sickness is a kind of sickness in the sense that if things are moving in a very, let's say, non-linear motion, that means there's a lot of stops, jerks, and all that kind of stuff. It kind of upsets the tummy, so you feel like throwing up. Now, what you're going to learn later on this particular act of Shape of a World here, Act 8, is that all those sicknesses all boil down to poisons. And the number one poisons, as you're going to find out as we're getting along right here, is rice and water. Therefore, the team member gets checked in through TSA and is waiting at the gate to get on their flight that's going to have a layover in Doha. The team member drinks Crystal Geisha water brand because, as we've told you, since 2022 is the Crystal Geisha water brand that was our go-to brand to use in cooking and doing everything. So we informed all the team members and anybody that was close to us that Crystal Geisha brand was a good brand of bottled water because we solely believe that it was spring water, means water that comes out from a geisha, from a stream or a river. It's not in any way, shape, or form water that's being purified or distilled. We actually did believe that it was water from a mountain spring, as it says Crystal Geisha, which means it's spring water which they just bottle straight up and then sell it to the public. That's what we believed. And that's after we had stopped and when we had found out that cooking with tap water was what was making me smell like bleach, which I've shared that story before on the Free Electricity Always video. If you do not have access to that video, you can try to get it and you can hear the story right over there. It's not going to be repeated here on Shape of a World. So the team member, while waiting to board their flight, takes a bottle of Crystal Geisha water from the airport. All right? We have dropped this team member off. We are headed back home. We're chilling back home, relaxing, because us as a team was right there on December 2nd to make sure that we took our team member down to the airport for them to have a safe flight to where they were going. So we are all chilling and just doing our regular stuff because there's nothing else to do. We're just relaxing. The team member calls us. And when we answer the call, we think the team member is going to say, oh, I am getting on my flight and I'm ready to go. But when the team member calls us, do you know what the team member says? The team member says, I temporarily passed out. And then, when almost temporarily passed out, someone offered a bottle of Sprite and it revived them. So, we ask, you passed out? Almost passed out? And the team member said yes. So all of us listening in, we asked the team member, what happened? Why were you passing out? And the team member tells us that they drank a bottle of crystal geisha water that they got at the airport, and after drinking the crystal geisha water, that they passed out, almost fainted, and that someone offered them a bottle of Sprite because of how weak they were getting, and seeing that they were almost passing out because the team member was talking and saying, I'm passing out, I'm almost passing out, to somebody else who was there, who was a mankind person. So after drinking the Sprite and taking the motion sickness drug that they had on them, they got better and were now ready to board the flight. So when the team member narrated this story to us, we asked again, are you sure it was the crystal geisha water brand that you drank that made this happen? And the team member said yes. But in our minds, because we never knew that all the bottled water that they serve in the United States of America and Canada is pure poisons, we just thought it's because the team member suffers from motion sickness. So in our minds, we just said, oh, okay. We're very sure of the crystal geisha water brand because it says, as you can see right here on the screen, it says crystal geisha natural alpine spring water. That means water from the mountain or rivers or stream, nothing more, just bottled straight and served to the public. But it's not true. It's all a label. So when the team member said this to us, we started thinking, but we didn't think that much. We just thought, maybe it's because the team member suffers from motion sickness. Maybe that's the reason why. And maybe all that moving and driving that we did in taking them to the airport and all the hassle of TSA upsets the tummy. And maybe that's the reason why this team member almost passed out. But in our whole entire life and history, the team member has never passed out before. So for them to say this is something that we should have paid attention to. But we're thinking of other things. Why? Because of a label. They use labels to deceive us so we can never think straight. When you see organic, non-GMO food, you actually believe that is real food. When you see, as you see here, it says crystal geisha natural alpine spring water, you actually believe it's natural. They've used labels to deceive us and poison us to death so that animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not Orientals will not grow their animal features in tails, features and everything, which they are going to grow because nothing is going to stop this. Because the Creator never made these demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails. Is the wicked black elites with leaders leading them that did so. So continuing with my story, after missing my flight to Iowa and finding out that I have to wait 9 hours in the airport, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just eat at the airport, relax, make the best choices of whatever I'm gonna eat and drink so I can be okay, because I don't have to get out of the airport, so I don't have to go through this hassle with TSA for them making me miss my flight already. So I go to the fridge, and this is the actual fridge right there at the airport, and I see that they have lots of brands of bottled water and drinks and some snacks and those kind of things that you can eat. So I look around and I see the Aquafina brand, and because they only had maybe like, let's say, 3 brands of water there, Aquafina was one of them, and Evian was another one of them, and there was one other brand which I didn't pay attention to. So I said, okay, let me take the Aquafina bottled water. And remember, as I told you, I didn't know that my weakness already, slight weakness, was because I had drank a Kirkland bottled water from a TSA lady. And I was thinking in my mind, it's just because I haven't had breakfast all day. This is 9 a.m. with all the stress that TSA has put me through to try to get to my flight, and I miss it. Maybe that's the reason why I'm feeling a little bit weak. So I said, okay, I'm going to wait at the airport for 9 hours. Let me just try to make the best of it in any way I can. Food, drinks, just chill, relax, so I don't have to go through this hassle of TSA in the airports, because the TSA is total wickedness in every way, shape, or form. The airports are the most wicked places in the earth. Why? Because the wicked black elites with the know that when you get to the airport, there is no way out for you. That's why they don't let you get your drinks or your snacks past the TSA checkpoints. If you carry any snacks or drinks in your carry-on, they make you dump it, because they want you to, by force, drink their own poison water and food at the airport, because you don't have any choices. And then they are already pumping in poisons through the air conditioners, so that the demons, no matter what happens, because you have to understand this, the people that travel the most in the world are demons, albinos, anybody with straight hook tails. Why? Because they are given privileges, economic, financial privileges, so they're able to travel. So the demons, 90% of them are always traveling. So if they get to the airport and they don't allow you to bring in your own water or snacks into the airport, TSA checks all that and removes it. You're going to be forced as a demon to eat their own poisonous food and drinks. So you get all the poisons at the airport. So the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not orientals will not be healthy enough to grow their animal features in tails, hair, fur, and everything. So we know that they are not mankind, but animals, which the Creator did not create. The Creator did not create them, but black, evil mankind kings did, to use them as scapegoats and slaves for them to be kings and do all their evil, so that mankind will never catch them and hold them accountable for all the evil they have done and terminate them. So continuing on, I pop open the Aquafina bottled water. I drink maybe half of it at a go, because I'm feeling kind of tired and weak, because I didn't know the tiredness and weakness was already from me drinking the Kirkland bottled water that the TSA lady gave me. And immediately I finished drinking, I start shaking and I start passing out. The shaking is the shaking that I had on the 21st of December 2025, which I told you that I couldn't complete my gym session, and this is one of the 2 times that I couldn't complete my gym sessions ever because of poisoning. The first being that I drank a Dr. Pepper, finished Dr. Pepper from McDonald's and ate their fries, and I started blacking out. Now, on the 26th of December here, 2025, after drinking the Aquafina, all of a sudden, I start shaking and I start feeling like I'm blacking out. I start fading. And I just sit down on the terminal chair and I spread myself out. I can't understand what is happening to me. I sit down and I start panting and breathing. And I start thinking, who am I going to call? I sit down there for like close to like 30 minutes. Then I start recalling what my team member told me that happened to them on December 2nd, that they drank a Crystal Geisha water brand and they started passing out. And we as a team thought back then that it was because the team member was suffering from motion sickness. So, as I'm sitting there, I start trying to pick up my phone to try to call a team member, but I couldn't call anybody because I couldn't look at the phone. The phone slipped out of my hand. I was trying to punch the numbers in, but I couldn't see anything. So I stopped and I just sat down there and I said, so this is how I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die at the airport and they're gonna pick my corpse up. Those were the thoughts that started coming to my mind as I sat down because I couldn't press my phone. I couldn't call anybody. And I just sat down there. And I have 2 carry-ons with me. One backpack with my computer, the other backpack with other stuff like my medicines and herbal stuff that I had in there. So I now recalled, wait a minute, I think I do have a medicine, a small amount of medicine in my backpack. Then, fortunately for me, when I reached into my jacket pocket, I found out that I had 2 small medicines that the priesthood gave me. So instead of reaching into my backpack, I just put my hands on the side. I took out the small medicines, herbal medicines that the priesthood gave me, and I put it in my mouth. And then put it in my mouth, like 15 minutes later, I started recovering. I didn't feel like I was blacking out anymore. I started recovering and feeling like I was having my strength back. So I now sat up, picked out my phone finally, and called my team members and said, this is what I went through. But unfortunately for me, the team members are all out of state. They're so far away. I can't reach any of them physically. So as I called them, they said, wow, this is what our team member told us that happened on the 2nd of December. And I said, yes. Let's continue with the story now.
So after I recover from this incident, I'm now sitting down there, and remember my layover is going to be 9 hours. That means from 9 a.m. I have to wait till 6 p.m. before I get on the next flight to Iowa. So now I'm contemplating what just happened, in that I almost passed out, and without the herbs that the priesthood provides for us, I would have passed out. So now I'm thinking, okay, the Aquafina bottled water is very, very bad. I want you to think about how we are used and deceived through spellings. Because if you look at the Aquafina bottled water that I drank, this is what it says. It says purified still water, pure water, perfect taste. So this is how labels are used to deceive us every single day. A spell This is literal. So whatever you hear that a spell has been cast on the public, the spell is not some sort of sorcery that a witch has to say something over you and you start acting one type of way or another. It's all about giving you the wrong information based on words. Because somebody looking at this bottle right here that says Aquafina, pure water, perfect taste, purifies still water, you're going to actually believe that the water is purified, that is actually pure water that is good for you. You're going to take it, but the content inside the bottle is totally different. So by a spell, by using words which do not provide the right information, this is how we are used and deceived every single time.
So we have to literally explain to you what a spell is. So without any doubts in your mind, you're never going to be fooled by these words, and you will understand it for the rest of your life, and you pass this information on to your descendants forever and ever. A spell is not chanting some words as we've been taught that a witch, a wizard, or sorcerer can say over you that affects your mind and you start acting according to the chant or words. That is not the meaning of a spell. That kind of thing can never ever work. If a wizard or a witch gives you a chant or says that you should say something, it will never affect you. So for example, let a witch or wizard tell you that you should turn into a dog. Is it possible that after the witch or wizard says that you can turn into a dog or a bird or a snail or a serpent or any animal? It is not possible. But that's what we've been taught. That when witches and wizards say words to you, that it affects you or shapes your life. And a lot of people have carried this belief system for so many years and believe that witches and wizards and sorcerers have some sort of spell or power that they can say some words to you and the words will affect you. No, that is not the meaning of the spell, but that is what the evil black elites led by want you to believe. The best way to explain this for you so you understand it in very simple terms is that you should go to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, because they have taught us for so many donkey years that we should be reading the Egyptian hieroglyphs. But you don't need to read the Egyptian hieroglyphs because they are pictures giving you an actual message, conveying an actual reality of events that happened. That is why they had to whitewash and wipe out most of the Egyptian hieroglyphs and then teach you in Egyptology that you should try to read it instead of just looking at it that is pictures. In ancient times, this is how messages were conveyed, by drawing the actual pictures of things. So when you see it, you are not trying to understand a message. You see it for what it is. So in pictography, for example, right here that you're looking at the right of the screen, if you look closely here is the drawing of a cow. If you see an image of a cow being drawn, do you need to understand it? No, you just know that's a cow. And if they show the cow with water, what does it mean? The cow was by the water. It's that simple. That's pictography of how in ancient times things were written. Pictographs. That is how the scriptures in its original writing by Moses was written in images. So when you look at an image, you're not confused. So that's why, for example, when you see here, there's a man kneeling right here on one foot. When you look at the picture, what is it conveying? A man is kneeling. You don't need to understand it. All right? Here's a man with a stick. Here's another man with a stick. Here's a man sitting. Here's a man sitting. Here is a dog lying down. You look through all of this. This is a bird, all right? An eagle. You look through different kinds of birds. So in pictography or the hieroglyphs, the images are pictures which convey the actual messages. So in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, if you see someone carrying a stick and hitting someone else, it's telling you that that man was beating someone else. You don't need to try to understand the message. That is why they say a picture paints what? 1,000 words. It tells you literally what is happening. Now let's go over to what we know as a spell. A spell does not convey any image to you of reality of events of what happens. A spell just conveys a sound. So that's why, for example, when you look at the spell, when you look at the alphabets, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. What is it? Sounds. The letter A here is a sound of ah or A. The B here is a sound of B or B. Does it convey any message to you as you're hearing it? No. Do you understand what it means? No.
So with the alphabet system, these are sounds. They do not give you the actual representation of reality of events that happens. So what happens is this. With the alphabets, you need to spell a word. So for example, if you want to say boat, you need to put together the B sound, the O sound, the A sound, and the T sound. And when you spell together these words, you now in your mind form an image of a boat, but you don't actually see the image. You're forming the image from hearing a sound. That is the meaning of a spell. So by you hearing a sound, you put in your mind a certain type of image. So if the evil black elites want to control you, they control you by a spell. What does that spell mean? They put together sounds of the alphabets to make a word. That is the meaning of spelling. Putting together sounds of the alphabet to make a word. And it forms an image in your mind, but you do not literally see the image as you see it in pictography or the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Do you understand that now? So this is the meaning of a spell, nothing more than that. Now the funny thing with spelling is this. A sound can have different meanings. The same sound can have different meanings. Because the alphabet's sounds is not native to everybody in this world. In their languages, in how they speak. So one sound can mean different things to different people hearing it. And it becomes ambiguous. So that is why the evil black elites can talk over you. Because they are making sounds and them only understand what they're saying. But the hearers will not. The hearers will only get what they think the speaker is saying. So unless the speaker who is making this sound conveys the images correctly, either by showing you pictures or by giving you the actual meaning of what he's saying, you will never understand what he says. So that is why you can sit down and listen to all the elites talk. They will sit down and talk to you for hours. You will never get one meaning of what they're saying. That is why if you listen to the celebrities talk in interviews, you listen to the elites talk anywhere when they are caught on something, they are making sounds and you think you understand what they're saying, but you don't. They call it Freemasonic speech. It's all about the fact that in spelling, using the alphabets, it does not convey a picture to you, but conveys a sound, and then you form the image in your mind. But with pictography, you are not forming the image in your mind. You're literally seeing it for what it is. Because if you see a picture of a cow right here as you're seeing it, you know this is a cow. You see a picture of a goat right here, you know this is a goat. So when you put together the pictures, you know the story. You're not putting together sounds in alphabets to form an image which you never see, and the image only exists in your mind. That is the meaning of a spell and nothing more.
So after this incident, I am now contemplating and saying, okay, the Aquafina bottled water is bad. I don't want to get out of the airport and go through the hassle of dealing with TSA just to come back in. Let me just endure and just sit it out, just thug it out until 9 hours later, then get on my flight to Iowa. Otherwise, everything that I've planned is going to be awry because number one, my checked in baggage, which I put all the essentials that I need to survive, eggs, whatever I need, even with some crystal geisha water bottles that I did put about 4 of them into my checked-in baggage, and still at this point I am still believing that the crystal geisha water brand is good. So that's how we are deceived, by spells. at this point in time, I'm still thinking the Crystal Geisha water brand is still good, and that is in my checked-in baggage. And I'm now thinking, if I don't make the flight, every essential that I've put in my checked-in baggage is going to be gone. So let me just thug it out, wait for the next 9 hours, and try to get on my flight to Iowa and avoid all hassles with TSA. So I sit down there for a couple of hours, and then it starts getting towards noon. I'm getting hungry and I'm getting thirsty again. So I'm like, okay, let me go to the concession stand of the airport and try to make the best choices in whatever food they have and whatever water they have. But I'm not gonna drink the Aquafina again after this incident of me passing out. So I go over to the concession stand of the airport and I look through. They have some fruits, they have some sandwich, some bread with some ham or meat, and I'm like, okay, let me try to eat some sandwich, some bread with some ham, and that should be okay. And maybe I'll eat some fruit and just try to thug it out until 6 p.m. in the evening so I can get on my flight to Iowa, at least go get my baggage. Otherwise, everything is going to be lost if I can't make that flight by 6 p.m. What you guys have to remember is this. The flight and plan that I had was, if I get to Iowa by 1 p.m. because my flight was supposed to leave by 9 a.m. and I get to Iowa by 1 p.m. I would then be able to get a rental car, then drive the rental car to an African restaurant and find some food that I can eat, and then go back now and prepare to hit the road and travel down for 1 to 2 hours to meet with family members. That was my plan. But now, because I missed that flight and my baggage, my checked-in baggage was already flown to Iowa, by the time I get on this flight by 6 p.m. to Iowa, I'm going to get to Iowa by 1 a.m. Iowa time. And by this time, I wouldn't be able to get to the rental car company. I wouldn't be able to have dinner. I wouldn't be able to do anything. And throughout the whole entire day, I have been fasting because I haven't eaten. So when I get to the concession stand, I'm like, okay, let me make the best choices in whatever sandwich that they have right then, fruit, and just eat it. So I eat a sandwich with some ham, and after finishing eating, I get thirsty. So I'm like, okay, the Aquafina bottled water was bad. Maybe there's other water brands there in the airport that's going to be okay. So I now look over at this bottle right here that says Evian bottled water. Now, if you look closely, it says Evian natural spring water, which means that this bottled water, as it is written and labeled on the bottle, that they just take the bottle to a spring or a mountain or a river, and they just put the water in there and they cork it up and then sell it to you as the public. That is what the label says, right? So this is how we are deceived every single day, by spelling, by words, and made to do or put us in a position in which we are always at a disadvantage. All lies. That's the meaning of a spell. It's a literal meaning. Spell. You spell things wrongly, give people the wrong idea, and they do what you want. Nothing more besides the poisons they feed to us. So I look at the bottle that's called Evian natural spring water. I said, okay, it's Evian and it says natural spring water. It's almost the same as the Crystal Geisha brand, because I'm still stressing the Crystal Geisha brand at this particular point, even after our team member had told us that they started passing out after drinking Crystal Geisha water brand, which we have been drinking and consuming since 2022, but we never thought that it was poisoned at this level. So that's how we are deceived every single day by words, spelling, giving us the wrong information, so we act according to that way, nothing more. So now take the Evian natural spring water, and since I learned my first lesson with the Aquafina not to gulp everything down, I just decided to drink it in bits just to see how it goes. And immediately I drink the Evian natural spring water, which you're seeing on the screen here, if it's clear enough for you to see the label reading, I start blacking out and passing out again. But because I didn't drink it as much as I drink with the Aquafina brand, I took the herbs that the priesthood gave me and I started feeling okay. And now my herbs are down to half. And I sit down there in the airport and I put my hands on top of my head and I'm like, oh my goodness. So this means that all the water brands that we drink is tainted. It's deliberately poisoned. And as I'm sitting down there and thinking, I am still thinking that the Crystal Geisha water brand is gonna be an exception. That is how we are deceived in everything. Because when you do not have any choices in life, and you do not make any choices for yourself, and the system, the evil system of these black elites led by, make all the choices for you, you're always going to end up at a disadvantage. So as you're seeing on the screen, I took the picture because I'm used to taking pictures of everything that I do so I can keep track of the time, dates, and memories, so we can always go back and look at our history. So because without us taking these pictures, like for example that I told you that I used to love going to Red Lobster, and I introduced the team members to going to Red Lobster, and every time we did go to Red Lobster, we all took a picture of what we ate, and over the years we now found out that the team members never had any veggies when they went to Red Lobster, but I, as the narrator, always had veggies, and that's how we figured out slowly why I always get sick, without us knowing that rice was the number one reason for us and me getting sick, besides the fact that we found out that the veggies were poisonous. So this is the actual picture of the Evian bottled water that I drank that started making me to black out again as the Aquafina and passing out, and I took a picture and it's right there in my backpack. So after this happened now, I was like, okay, all the water here is poisonous. All the bottled water at the airport is poisonous. I can't drink any more bottled water. But I have to find a way to hydrate myself because I still have to wait till 6 p.m. to get on my flight to Iowa. So I'm sitting down there and thinking, what am I going to hydrate myself with? I thought about it, looked at everything that I had at a concession stand, and the things that came up and popped up that I could at least eat and get hydrated were their fruits and beer. So I sit down there for the next couple of hours, which is almost like 6 hours, and I consume some fruit from the concession stand, and I drink about 6 to 7 bottles of Corona Extra beer, which you see right here, which is the picture that I took while I drank it, and I waited until 6 p.m. to get on my flight to Iowa. So finally, I get on the flight on December 26th, 2025 at 6 p.m. heading out to Iowa, finally, after all the debacle that has gone through, that I've almost passed out consistently by drinking water, Aquafina, the Evian, and with all the stress that TSA has made me to go through, and I missed my flight. I finally get on the flight. The flight is leaving by 6 p.m. My local time. Is gonna get to Iowa by 1 a.m. local time. And there I'm deliberating and I'm wondering, what am I gonna go through? Because by 1 a.m. all the restaurants are closed. I wouldn't be able to get to the rental car company at that time because I don't want to deal with all that stress. So I'm just like, when I touch down, what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna call an Uber or Lyft to drive me to my hotel. I will just thug out the 4 hours till the hotel kitchen opens at 6 a.m. so I can order some food. But at the same time, I'm in the airplane thinking, how am I going to get my baggage? Because my baggage already left with the flight that I missed. And in there I have all my essentials for survival. From water, because in my mind, I'm still thinking the Crystal Geisha water brand is okay because I have about 4 small bottles of it in my luggage that left ahead of me, which I missed that flight. So I'm thinking, okay, let me just try to thug it out for the 3 hours and 5 minutes that it's going to take for this flight to land in Iowa. So while we're on the flight, I get really, really thirsty. Even though I had drank 6 to 7 bottles of beer to hydrate myself. Beer contains a lot of water, but it will still not hydrate you enough. So I'm really, really thirsty in the flight, and I'm wondering, what am I gonna do? So I asked the air hostess, could she please give me some water? And the air hostess brings me some water. And since I've learned my lessons from drinking the Aquafina bottled water and the Evian bottled water, making sure that I just don't gulp everything, I take it in sips and see how I feel. So I now take some of the water, and immediately I start shaking and I want to pass out again. So I now take the herbs that I had, which was still inside my jacket pocket. They remain now a little less to a quarter. I take it and the shaking stops. And I start feeling okay. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna thug it out. I will not drink any water anymore. And I asked the air hostess for some alcohol. And she brought me those 2 small shot glasses of tequila. And I took that. As I have said, and we have said earlier, we repeat it again. Airports are the most wicked places on the earth. They have made us not to have any choices in air travel or airports. That is why on this particular act of Shape of the World, the priesthood is going to show you how you can design your own efficient airplanes and the way airplanes are supposed to be designed, and how you can use them for yourself so that you will make your own airports and airplanes in the near future, starting from this year, 2026. Because one thing you people have to understand is this: the airports are special places and airplanes for demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair to consume poisons, so that if they're not consuming enough poisons, when they get to the airport and on airplanes, the water is poisoned, the food is poisoned, the air is poisoned, because that is why the work of TSA is to make sure that you travelers don't bring your own water and your own food supply onto the airplanes or airports. The work of TSA is not to do any terrorism checks on anybody. That is the excuse that they use, so that they can take away your food supplies and water supplies, so that at any point in time that you're going to be at the airport, you're going to consume their water and their food and their air, and you're going to get their poisons. Because why? 90% of air travel in the world is done by whom? Demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. But because of all those poisons that they feed to us, they don't grow those tails and animal features. And all of that is possible because of privileges given to them. What is a privilege given to someone? Let's explain in very simple terms so you understand. Let's say that you have a bicycle. That is all you have in this world, and you never have anything more than a bicycle. You use that bicycle to work. All right? You ride that bicycle to anywhere that you want to. Then one day, your employer says, come here, go and take my Rolls Royce, use it for the next 5 years and go to work. That is a privilege. A privilege is something that you do not earn, something you do not have, but you're given so that it can be used to achieve a goal that the person who gave you the privilege gave it to you for. So that is what happens. So because of the privileges given to demons albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, they are able to fly all the time all around the airport. So all the stress that is added at the airport is added as an excuse, so that at the end of the day, you do not know that TSA is there to collect your water supply and food supply, so you do not carry your own food and water on the airport. So you drink their own water and their own food at exorbitant prices and breathe all the toxic air, so that demons albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, will not grow those tails, because once they get to the airport, they're gonna get all the poisons that they need for them not to grow their tails and animal features. So we see that they are animals and not mankind by the black evil elites led by
And that extreme weather coming on one of the busiest travel days of the year. With just 5 days until Christmas, Tom Costello takes us exclusively inside the TSA as it gears up for the holiday rush.
Jackets have to go through the X-ray, okay?
3 a.m. at DFW, and the first TSA shift is clocked in.
Come on up, guys. ID and ticket, please.
As the early bird flyers queue up.
I just need your ID. Hold on to your ticket.
Up since 1 a.m., TSA officer Gabriela Ocampo, 10 years on the job.
Hands by your side. Keep walking.
And Air Force veteran Robert Bailey.
All right, do me a favor. Take your boots off. They're alarmed, okay?
80,000 people are coming through DFW today. 2.5 million through checkpoints nationwide.
Next two, side by side.
To expedite screening, dog teams often sniff along passenger lines for any whiff of explosives, allowing passengers to keep their shoes on, while TSA officers rotate through multiple jobs all day to stay alert and focused. ID checks, body scanners, carry-on luggage x-rays, and a second look for checked bags.
We're not personally going in every bag because technology takes care of a lot of this stuff.
And 2023 is set to break another record.
Ma'am, do you have anything sharp or dangerous, breakable or fragile inside the bag?
Guns. Nationwide, TSA officers have so far detected more than 6,300 guns this year. 93% of them loaded. Most passengers say they forgot to properly check it in a TSA-approved case. The airports with the most gun detections: Atlanta, DFW, Houston, Phoenix, and Nashville. And the very officers charged with ensuring passenger safety are sometimes verbally abused.
We do not ever tolerate abuse of our officers. We will call on law enforcement to help intervene where we need to.
22 years after 9/11, the core mission remains the same.
It's the safety of the passengers. My family also travels, and I would like to think that they're in good hands as well.
A high-volume, high-stress day, and it all starts again at 3 a.m. Tom Costello, NBC News at DFW.
New concerns about fumes in the skies, as some passengers have experienced smoke in plane cabins. The Wall Street Journal this weekend releasing a report on toxic fumes leaking into cabins, writing that the rate of incidents is accelerating in recent years. The Journal reviewing more than 1 million FAA and NASA reports, along with documents and over 100 interviews. The investigation pointing to two of the biggest aircraft manufacturers, Boeing and Airbus, particularly Airbus's A320 jetline, writing both have acknowledged malfunctions can lead to oil and hydraulic fluid leaking, resulting in the release of unknown quantities of neurotoxins, carbon monoxide, and other chemicals into the air.
On the evening of December 21st, 1988, Pan American World Airways Flight 103 took off from London Heathrow, bound for New York. 243 passengers and 16 crew members were on board, the majority of them Americans, heading home for the Christmas holidays. 38 minutes into the flight, as the Boeing 747 was flying over the Scottish town of Lockerbie, a timer-activated bomb made from the odorless explosive Semtex detonated. The aircraft was blasted into thousands of tiny fragments, which rained down on the Scottish countryside from a height of 31,000 feet. The debris covered an area of 850 square miles. All 259 people on Pan Am 103 died, with another 11 killed by falling wreckage in and around the town of Lockerbie. Investigators later discovered that the bomb had been hidden inside a cassette player stored in a suitcase. Suspicions soon fell upon Colonel Gaddafi's Libya. Investigators thought Lockerbie might be a revenge attack for the US bombing of the country in 1986. When Gaddafi refused to hand over the two key suspects for trial, the UN Security Council imposed sanctions on air travel and arms sales to Libya. It wasn't until 2000 that the two men finally appeared at court in the Netherlands, with one of them, Abdul Basit Ali al-Megrahi, convicted of murder the following year. He would eventually be released from prison on compassionate grounds, dying from cancer back in his home city of Tripoli in 2012. He always denied his involvement in the bombing. Despite Libya accepting formal responsibility for the attack and agreeing to pay compensation to victims' relatives, many questions remain over the scale of involvement in Britain's worst ever terror atrocity.
So that is why it is very, very important in this world that we have choices. Because if the only choices we have are that of evil people in the black elites with their demons, albinos, anybody with straight who go tells, all what you have is going to be sickness, death, and poverty. And the number one choice, as we have taught you for so many years, but you people took it Not seriously, keep toying around, playing around, and now everything is going to catch up at such a rapid rate. You're going to be waking up one week and it seems like it's going to be a whole different week. The next week, you'll be like, what happened? That time is now. The only way out of this is for you to grow your own food. That is number one. Without you growing your own food, you're far above and beyond gonna die before you are 40 years of age, sick and suffering. So therefore, I finally get to my destination in Iowa, and I am thrilled. I go through the stress of locating my baggage because my baggage had already left earlier on the flight that I missed. And when I get my baggage, I am in so much elation that I have the Crystal Geisha water brand there. Oh my goodness. So you have to understand, as we have told you, the reason why we go through all this deception and suffering is because of a spell. A spell. The label on the Crystal Geisha water bottle says Crystal Geisha Alpine Spring Water. So because of this spelling, because of using words, a spell just means using words that carry the wrong message, wrong content for you to believe a lie and do something that you would not be supposed to do. So because by this label that says Crystal Geisha Alpine Spring Water, the label says Crystal Geisha, which means that this water is coming from a spring or geisha or a stream or a mountain. And then it goes to say Alpine Spring Water. It says natural. Natural means that they just go to the geisha, the stream, or the river. They just put this water bottle right there and collect the water, cork it up, close it up, and then sell it to you, the public. A spell. So by this spell right now, you're going to do whatever they tell you because they have put a label on something using a spelling, words, to make you to believe that what you are consuming is natural spring water, when it is not in any way, shape, or form. They've added so much chemicals to it, which you're going to see throughout the whole entire length of this particular act of Shape of a World right here. So I'm elated to finally have good hydration in my mind, and I take out my Geisha natural spring water that came with my checked-in baggage on the flight that I missed to Iowa. I gulp it down, one bottle. I gulp the next bottle down, and I feel like I'm being calm. As I'm getting calm now, in my mind, I think everything is going to be okay. I look down into my checked-in luggage because my battery on my phone is running low. So I check into my checked-in luggage, which I have a battery power pack, a backup, to charge my phone so I can call the Uber or Lyft to take me to my hotel destination. And when I look inside my checked-in luggage, TSA has stolen my battery pack. Now let me ask you a question. Do you think that every time TSA takes something out of your luggage, do you think they throw it away? Be honest to yourself. Something valuable, do you think they'll throw it away? No, they use it in their homes. Because TSA are nothing but thieves. They are only there to make sure that you do not carry your food supply and water supply into the airports. But they have to lie to you that TSA is for terrorism. Terrorism only exists on television screens when they talk about suicide bombers or such popular suicide or airplane bombings like 1988 Lockerbie disaster, Pana 103, the 1985 Air India Flight 182 bombing, and the 2001 11 attacks. All those airplane crashes or terrorism or suicide bombings that you watch on television is all fabricated. It's only on television. The stories are repeated, so you believe that the work that TSA does in harassing you, taking away your food supply, taken away your water supply, and all the numerous checks that they do, that is all about terrorism. No, it's not. It's all about making sure that you do not get your water supply and food supply on the airports and airplanes to eat, because over years the evil black elites led by figured out that the best way, the best places to make sure that their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails can get enough poisons so they do not grow that tails are where? Airports, airplanes, and what else again? Hotels, because hotels are an extension of airports. That is why if you go into any airport in this world, what are the next places you see around those airports? Luxurious hotels, all to feed demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair poisons, because they figured out these are the best places that we can make sure that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair get those poisons. But they had to lie and fabricate a lie of terrorism, so you do not know the real intent and goal of TSA. So finally, I take my Lyft and Uber. I just had a little percentage of like power left on my phone. The Lyft guy comes over, gives me a lift from the airport to DoubleTree Hilton Hotel. And I check into the hotel and I start shaking now again and start feeling like I'm going to pass out. This is like 1:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning Iowa time, and I wonder, what am I going to do? I have had no food or good food for 24 hours. So now I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I have like 4 hours till the hotel kitchen opens up. Let me try and see if I can thug it out. But I'm shaking and I feel like I'm passing out. But in my mind, I'm thinking maybe still the after effects of the Aquafina bottled water that I drank and the Even bottled water that I drank. My mind never went to the Crystal Geisha brand, because in my mind, I'm still thinking the Crystal Geisha brand must be okay. Even after our team member had told us that they drank a bottle of Crystal Geisha water at the airport and they started passing out. But in my mind, I'm still thinking the Crystal Geisha water brand is okay. Do you see how they use labels and spells to make us do what we're not supposed to do? Make us think in a way that we cannot be able to think right and logically and come to a conclusion? So what did I do? So I remembered that I had bought some eggs and had put them in my checked-in luggage. So I went in there, saw the eggs, took 2 of them out, broke it, swirled it around raw, and I drank. And when I drank those eggs, I started feeling okay. So now I go into the hotel, because this is winter time, December 26th. I go to the hotel and I try to bring up the heat so that my room can be warm enough at least to keep the poisons from infecting me. Do you know what happened when I turned on the hotel air for heat? The heat in all hotels is standard anywhere you are. They don't allow the heat in the room or the heating in the room to go past 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Why? Because heat destroys poisons. So if they can allow you to set the temperature of your hotel rooms to be above 80, you're going to sweat out a lot of those poisons that you've consumed by the heat. That is why they make the sauna. The sauna is there so that the heat removes poisons from your body. But they don't allow a hotel heating to go past 80 degrees Fahrenheit on purpose, so that any demon, albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who has consumed the poisons in the water and food on their flights, when they get to the hotel, they will not have enough heating to remove those poisons by sweating. So I'm sitting down there in the hotel room thinking, oh my goodness, this room is not warm enough. So fortunately for me, I always carry candles. in my checked-in luggage. So I bring out all the candles and I light it up. I light as many as I can. And that is how my room was able to be warm for me to get about 4 hours of sleep from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning, that I've set my alarm to call the kitchen to bring me some food. And now the story continues on December 27th, 2025.
So continuing on, I tried to sleep in my hotel room, and towards let's say 5 o'clock in the morning, I wake up. I wake up with a start because I'm starting to feel the shaking and I'm passing out again. And fortunately for me, I have all my herbs in my checked-in luggage. So I take it out, I mix some of it and try to drink it with some of the Crystal Geisha water brand that I had put in my check-in luggage. So I drink that and I start feeling a little bit okay. So I now pick up the phone and I call the reception at the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel. And I ask them, when's the kitchen gonna be open? And they tell me that the kitchen is gonna be open at 7 o'clock. So I'm like, okay, I'll just wait till 7. It's 5:30. I'm feeling a little better. And still in my mind at that time, I'm still thinking that the Crystal Geisha water brand is okay because of the label and for the fact that we've used it for close to 4 years as of 2025. So I now sit up there. I'm like, okay, let me go take a shower, because showers do help with relieving a lot of stress because it encourages blood flow and circulation in the body, encourages yourself to feel massage so your muscles are more relaxed. And with hot water or warm water, it's gonna make some of the poisons in your body to be dissolved so that you can either sweat it out or pee it out. So I'm like, okay, a hot shower is gonna help me. So I go to take a shower in the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel. And when I turn on the water, oh my goodness, in winter, the water is almost cold. It's slightly warm. It's not as warm and as hot as it should be. So I sit down there and I wait and wait and wait for close to 30 minutes. The water refuses to be hot, even at the highest turn point of the shower knob, for water to be hot. And I'm like, oh my goodness. But I had to thug it out to take a shower because I knew that by taking a shower and using a sponge and rubbing it on myself and allowing the water flow is going to help with my circulation so I feel better. So I do that. And then after doing it, because I barely could go through it, I just had to do it in a hurry because the water was cold. It was not warm. It was almost as if it was cold, slightly a tad bit warm. You couldn't make it warm enough, no matter how you turn the knob high. So when I came down, all of a sudden, stuff started making sense, logical sense that you can come to a conclusion. First of all, in the hotels, all right, they don't allow the temperature of the heater in the hotel air conditioning system to get above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It is set, all right? Now, secondly, they do not allow the water to be hot enough for you to use it. Why? Because cold temperatures ensure that poison stays and is not dissolved and is not broken down. So that is why the evil black elites led by the are so worried about global warming. Because why? Global warming, as the earth is heating up, is dissolving all the poisons that this stupid, wicked animal, which has lived for a long time since creation, still lives by the help of some very wicked people in Ham, who made it possible by saving him in the flood, has breathed upon us so much poisons, as you'll find out in a short minute as we get along. So the global warming is going to dissolve the poisons in the air, and all these animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, they will start growing their animal tails and features more because the poisons in their body are going to be breaking down. And it's already happening as we're talking. So before I had taken the shower, I waited for the kitchen to open at the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel. And I called in and I said that they should bring me some baked potatoes or French fries because I know that those foods do not contain so much poisons if you eat them. And the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel said they don't have any French fries. They don't have any potatoes, but they have this kind of mash mixture. I've forgotten what they call it, that they mix with some potatoes and they fry it, and that's all they got. And I told them, okay, just bring it for me and put it on my tab on the hotel. So they brought it for me. So now what happened is before I took my shower, I ate some of those potatoes. Now, what happened, we graduated over time. After I had now taken the shower and I sat down and called for a lift to take me to my rental car company so I could get the rental car and then drive down to see family, is that after I had eaten the mashed potatoes or whatever they said they had that looked like potato mash or whatever, and they fried it and gave it to me, is that after I had finished eating that, I started noticing that I had problems swallowing. I would have to force down my spit down my throat. And when I force down my spit down my throat, I start feeling like I'm going to throw up. And I was like, okay, no problem at all. I have the herbs that the priesthood provides, so I'll just take it. So I kept taking the herbs. But I had run out of the Crystal Geisha water brand that I had, and I thought that the Crystal Geisha water brand was okay among all the water brands. In my mind, I'm still thinking that. I want you to see how we are so deceptively controlled, and you're going to understand why in a short minute, because this isn't normal. The truth is this, as we're getting along in this story and you're going to hear, it is not possible for a few people, less than 2% of the population of the world, to control the world as they are doing now. How is it possible? It's possible through two things. Number one, they have lied to us about everything, so we do not know what is which is what, and what is what. That's number one. Number two, which is the biggest among all, is that we are all medically controlled. Why are we medically controlled? How are we medically controlled? Because all the poisons that they put in the water, in food, and make us breathe does not make our body function normally. We are not healthy. And when you are not healthy, you cannot think straight. That is how we are controlled. So until we all go back to growing our own food and drinking and making our own water, fetching our own water, we will all continue to be medically controlled such that we do not have any reasonable senses to think, because when you are sick, you cannot think straight because your whole body is out of order. Things are not functioning properly for you to be able to think and do things correctly and rightly. That is why when you look at the people living in the United States of America, especially, and Europe and the Western world, they all seem to act out of order. Why? Because they are sick from all the evil poison food and water that they are drinking. And besides that, they are evil themselves. So I sit down there and I keep taking the herbs of the priesthood just to make me feel okay. But I'm getting thirsty. I've run out of water. So my Lyft driver comes and picks me up. Wonderful. I've never met a Lyft driver or Uber driver in my whole entire life which was wonderful as this man. He was a black mankind person, and he says that he came from South Sudan, that he was a refugee who came because of the war they had in South Sudan, and he came and he lived here in the United States of America, but he wants to go back home because the United States of America is not what he thought, which is true. Because until you live in Africa, you have no idea about reality. Like I told you, if you haven't lived in Africa for at least 11 years of your life, you have absolutely no idea about reality. So this man said he wants to go back. He doesn't want to live here anymore. So my Lyft driver now takes me on a drive to go get my rental car from the car rental company. And as we're driving down, I get really, really thirsty. So I ask him, does he have any bottle of water in his car? Just like I asked the TSA lady, because the thirst was getting way out of hand. And he says, oh, he does have, but he doesn't want to give it to me just because he had opened it and drank it just like the TSA lady. But he's going to stop by and make me get water. So he drove me down and stopped by for me to go get water. So I go into the store and I look at all the water they have. They don't have any Crystal Geisha water brand. I mean, in my mind, I'm still thinking the Crystal Geisha water brand is wonderful. So I'm like, okay, let me just go through and look at the water brands, bottled water brands, and just try to make the best I can to drink it. And let me just drink a little bit, even though it's poisonous. When I get to the rental car company and I get my rental car, I'm going to drive down to a Walmart to see if I can find the Crystal Geisha water brand and then take that and drink it. And that's exactly what happened. When he stops for me to get water, I'll go get a water brand. I don't know the name of the water brand. I just read it through. It said distilled water this time. It's good water. I didn't see any writing on the bottle of water that said perfect taste and all that kind of stuff that it has a taste. So I take the water brand and I sip a little bit of it. And as I sip a little bit of it, up to maybe like a quarter because I was really thirsty, I start shaking again. As I was shaking throughout the whole entire time, which I made no correlation to, on December 21st, 2025, when I was in the gym and I had to stop my gym session, not making any correlation that all that shaking is because of the water is poisonous. And for over the number of years since COVID-19 that they have been increasing the poisons in the water, it's been affecting us more now, such that people are dying young before they reach the age of 40, just like we lost a teammate. May they rest in peace, Nsikanabasi. We will never forget you, because you're the reason we are doing everything today by giving us the basis and the foundation for a lot of the medical sciences that you made possible for us to know. Nsikanabasi P. Abia, the Creator, will never forget you. So, continuing on, I start shaking now again. But I have the herbs of the priesthood fully on me now because I have gotten it from my checked-in luggage. So I take it and I feel okay. I'm back to normal. So my Lyft driver, wonderful Lyft driver, I had to leave him a very huge tip because, like I said, he's the best Lyft driver that I have ever had in Lyft or Uber, which transports us as the evil black elites today have made people not to be able to drive their cars as taxis anymore. They have totally taken over everything, all for them to be kings, because they think that being king is what they should be instead of being a mankind person, having mercy, judgment, compassion on everybody who is righteous, but rather they want you to worship them because they want to be your gods. They want to take the place of the Creator. So continuing on with the story, my wonderful Lyft driver drops me off at the car rental spot, and I go get a car rental, and I always make sure I've told you guys, anytime you guys want to buy a car in this twisted, wicked world of evil technology, which the rogue have manufactured for us, please always make sure that your car is an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, so you don't have any issues at all driving on the road. If you're driving in snow, winter, or any place that you are, you're gonna have comfort and balance. So I go get my rental car, and it is something from the Chevrolet brand, a four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. I get that. I'm like, okay, before I head out to meet my family members, let me get the Crystal Geisha water brand from the Walmart store, then try to locate an African restaurant in Iowa to eat before I start my drive. All right? So, I now get the Crystal Geisha water brand. This is the time that I fully now recognize that the Crystal Geisha water brand is the reason for my shaking, that I could not finish my gym session on December 21st, 2025. Because I go get about 4 gallons of the Crystal Geisha water brand, and immediately I get it, I pour some of it and I drink it. And immediately I drink this. Oh my goodness, I would never believe in my whole entire life that people could be this evil. The mankind black elites led by, for them to be kings, they have to poison us. For them to be kings, they have to poison us to medically control us. For them to be kings, they have to poison us. So animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails should not be healthy enough, because the poisons makes them unhealthy. So they do not grow those tails and animal features so that they can be used to deceive us, that they are the ones in control. So the black elites led by the can stay behind the scenes and commit wickedness against us in perpetuity and never be caught and held responsible to be terminated, them and their families, for this kind of evil that they have done in shedding righteous, innocent blood for so long, murdering them without having any problems sleeping well at night. Because the reason why they can sleep well at night is because of how they set up the system, such that they just pass orders and it is carried along. And we're going to show you all that in the structure of world control, as you're learning right here now on Shape of a World. So therefore, as I drink the Crystal Geisha water brand, I start shaking so violently because I drank so much this time. And I just couldn't believe it. Everything now makes sense of why I have been so sick. At least one of the things made sense now of why I have been so sick for the past year, from October 2024, consistently, weekly, monthly, continuing until December 2025, continuing into January 2026. I shake so violently because I drank almost half a gallon of the Crystal Geisha water brand. And the shaking this time around, because I drank too much, didn't easily stop. I was shaking for close to 1 hour, and I started my drive to go and meet my family members. And I meet them, the dates that I meet them is on a Saturday, the 27th. And I have to fly back on the 28th because I have to go back to work on the 29th, which is a Monday. So I'm shaking throughout the whole entire time I'm with family members. They want to get me to the hospital. They want me to go and just figure out something, and I tell them that no matter what happens, I'm never gonna set foot in a hospital ever in my whole entire life, because I know that the whole issue of why we are dying so young and suffering and sick is from the hospitals. Because the evil medical doctors should tell you about reinfection, because the biggest problem that we have in this world and why people get sick is that if you try to get treated, you get reinfected because you do not know that the water is poisoned, and so is the food, and most especially rice, which they say is genetically modified food, because they've lied to us for a long time, and you're going to find out now. They say genetically modified food is the reason for all our health issues, but you have no idea about what genetically modified food is, which you're going to find out as we get along. So for the whole entire time that I'm with family, taking the herbs, and they themselves, they don't have a water distiller. You get what I'm saying? There's no water distiller with my family. Then all of a sudden things start making sense, and I start telling them that they need to get a water distiller, because I couldn't just drink the water anymore. So the only way I could drink water while with them, because I knew the problem was with the water, was that I would infuse the water with some of the herbs that the priesthood provides for me. But that is not going to solve the problem, because you need water. So if I infuse the herbs are going to take up some of the water. It's not going to be really water that your body can use. And then also, I'm still using the Crystal Geisha water brand, because we have no other options at this particular point in time. There's no water distiller for us to distill any water. So I am shaking throughout this whole entire time. So I now tell my family members that I can't stay, that I have to fly back to where I'm coming from to go to work, firstly, and because as I'm talking to them, I ordered a water distiller immediately so that it could get back home to where I live. Immediately I land, I start distilling the water, because now I've found out that the Crystal Geisha water brand, which we have been consuming as a team and which we recommended to everybody else, is not mountain spring water in any way. It's poisoned, and we're going to show you all the pictures of the videos that we have made for you to see that right here on Shape of a World. So as I'm starting to head back out to my hotel room, because my flight leaves 6 a.m. in the morning this time, and I don't want to miss it because of what TS has done, family members offered to drive me with the rental car in their own car down back to my hotel room for me to stay, so I can leave for the airport very early in the morning, because my flight is 6 a.m. in the morning. So along the way, family members say that they are hungry. So we stop at an African restaurant there. We get some soup and some fufu, and I get some soup and some fufu, some fried rice and some white rice, which I could use to eat the soup, because I just love eating rice sometimes that way. Now, what I do notice over time is that as I am trying to eat, that I'm having difficulty swallowing food, so I'm not eating much, and that every time I eat, I feel like I'm going to throw up. The food doesn't want to go down my belly, it wants to come up. So now what happens is this. So after family members have driven me down, we got to the African restaurant, I ordered the food so I could just eat some food and have some energy for my flight, which leaves very early, 6 a.m. in the morning. I now get back to the hotel, the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel, which I stayed at. Family members drop me off. They themselves gotta go back out because they gotta go to work. And I am at the hotel, and I keep wondering, what am I going to drink as water? Because it seems, even though I have infused the water that I drink with some herbs of the priesthood is still going to be poison because I can't infuse the herbs enough to take out the poisons. That's number one, because I need water. So how am I going to substitute the water? So I go back to thinking the same thing that I did when I was at the airport. Let me drink some beer. So I go out after family members have dropped me off. I go out late at night and I go buy some Guinness black beer. So I buy some Guinness beer right here, as the image shows on the screen, and I fill up the gas tank because now I have to return the rental car company, and my flight leaves by 6 a.m. Sunday morning, right on the 28th of December 2025. So I buy the Guinness and I drink the Guinness for hydration, and I feel a little bit okay. So I now go back to the DoubleTree Hotel, light all my candles up for heat, and try to sleep. I sleep a little bit, but not so much, because my flight leaves by 6 a.m. from Iowa back home. So I sleep a little bit, and by 2 a.m. I'm awake, and I start packing and making sure that everything I came with, that I have to make sure that I pack all my stuff and put it back so I can get on my flight by 6 a.m. leaving Iowa. So as I'm packing, I take all the herbs of the priesthood and I drink some of this Guinness beer. It's called Extra Drought Stout, and I'm feeling a little bit okay. But I'm like, okay, my flight is gonna leave by 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm probably gonna be hungry, and I'm gonna be hungry for a long time, because when I get back to where I'm coming from, I have to drive at least maybe an hour 30 minutes to 2 hours back to my destination home. So in total, I'm gonna spend like, say, 6 or 7 hours. And my water distiller is gonna arrive later in the day. So I have to thug it out until the time that the water distiller comes later in the evening, because even when I get home, I'm still gonna have to wait according to the estimated time that Amazon makes deliveries. I might wait till 10 p.m. at night. So I at least have to try to eat something and just tug it out until the water distiller comes, and then I can start distilling some water so I can drink it. So I'm like, okay, the food that we bought at the African store on our way back while family members were driving me back to my hotel room, let me eat a little bit of it before I get on the flight. So I now start picking the meat from the food first, and I eat it. And I notice that I'm having difficulty swallowing, but I just have to force it down my throat and just swallow. So now I say, okay, I eat some of the fufu a little bit, and it goes down, and I have to just, make it go down because my throat is constricting. I can't swallow that much. But with the fufu, it goes down smoothly, because if anybody eats African fufu with soup, you know that it travels very smoothly down the throat. So I swallow that. But I'm not able to eat much because I have no appetite. So now I look at the rice. Remember when I told you that when we stopped at the African restaurant to buy some food because family members were hungry, I took some fufu with some soup, some white rice, and some fried rice, jollof rice. That's what they call it. So after trying to swallow the fufu with the soup, and I couldn't eat a lot of it, I'm like, okay, let me try the rice. So I put a spoon inside the jollof rice first, and I scoop one spoon. I put it in my mouth. I chew it and try to swallow it. I force it down my throat and it goes down. Immediately I swallow it as I'm sitting there, because every time I take a spoon of food, I have to wait for like maybe 5-7 minutes because I have no appetite before I take the next spoon. So I'm eating very slowly. So after taking the first spoon of the jollof rice, African jollof rice from an African restaurant that we got in Iowa, I noticed that my throat constricts more after 7 minutes. It constricts furthermore after 7 minutes. I'm like, what is this? Okay, I have the herbs that the priesthood gives me. I have my drought beer. It's not going to be a problem. I take the next spoon. And then because I'm having difficulty eating, I have to wait for like 5 minutes before I take another spoon. And my throat constricts more. So I'm like, okay, I'm done with this rice. I'm not going to eat it anymore, the jollof rice. So I now go over to the white rice that I had, and I mix some of the soup that I got from the African store with the white rice, and I eat it. And I swallow. My throat doesn't constrict more, but I can still have difficulty swallowing. It is now very, very hard. But I try and I thug it out, because I know I'm gonna have to wait for like maybe 12 hours from this time before the water distiller comes in for me to distill some water, since I've figured out that the water is the source of all my issues, as I have narrated to you since December 21st and earlier on, which I never knew. All right, so I'm like, okay, let me just thug it out. So I force myself and I eat the white rice with the soup, because soup makes rice to flow very smoothly if you are in the African diaspora and you eat rice with soup. You know that. So I thug that out and I eat that rice. I force myself, eat some meat, because I know I'm going to need energy for this day. Because now that I've figured out what the problem is, I am mentally aware and mentally focused now to solve the problem. So I finish eating and it starts raining in Iowa. It rains so hard. I'm like, what is going on? Because I have to drive the rental car back to the rental car company, drop it off, then get to my terminal. So I get in and I start driving. I have to drive so slow because this rain is with fog. You can't even see the next car right in front of you in Iowa on December 28th, 2025. So I start driving at 2:30 a.m. in the morning to get to the rental car company. I get to the rental car company, I drop the rental car off, and I have to walk for almost close to a mile just to get to the airport check-in terminal. And as I'm walking in cold weather, the one thing I notice is that I am sweating so profusely only from my head. So if people are on drugs, if anybody had seen me that day, they would assume that I am on drugs, because everywhere is super cold. It's winter time in Iowa, but I'm sweating profusely from my head only. So I get to the terminal to check into my American Airlines flight in Iowa 3 hours before my flight leaves this time. I go in there, and as usual, TSA goes through all the bullshit that they put us through, all because they do not want you to carry your own food, water, and snacks through the airport, so you consume their poisonous food and water and snacks in the airport with their poisonous air on airports and airplanes, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails will get enough poisons not to grow those tails and animal features. And they lie to you that it's all because of terrorism by making you believe in all the bullshit that they show you on television and news in suicide bombers and airplane hijacking and bombings. And now the story continues.
Have changed. I will show you the galaxy for what it truly is. See things from a new perspective.
Is this what our future holds? Always running.
I invite you to look more closely.
What are we dealing with?
Good question. And I offer you an opportunity.
Maul.
We have all been made to suffer. We survive, but do not live. The Emperor wants you dead. Chains can be broken.
Hang on!
And empires shattered.
So I'm sweating profusely around my head only, and I'm trying to check into my flight leaving Iowa on the 28th of December 2025. Now, family members had noticed when I was with them that I was sweating profusely from my head only in cold weather. And they were just shocked, looking at me. Why are you sweating so much profusely from your head only? And the weather is so cold, below temperatures. So, as I'm checking in at my terminal on my American Airlines flight, I have to wait there, and I'm waiting there almost close to 45 minutes after I have walked almost a mile, close to like maybe 20 minutes or more to get to the terminal building to check in. So finally, because when you are at terminals on airplanes, they give certain people priority for those who have like maybe business class or first class and that kind of stuff. And I wasn't on none of that. So I was just a regular flyer. So I had to wait, and I'm sweating profusely, and I'm sipping my infused water with the herbs that the priesthood provides for me just to get by because I'm thinking once I get back home, my distiller is going to arrive. I just have to tug it out. Then I can distill some water and maybe drink. In my mind, I'm never thinking about the fact at this particular point that the rice that I ate from the African restaurant is a problem on its own, because the reaction from the rice and the water is different totally, which you're going to find out in a short second. So continuing on, as I'm at my terminal trying to check in my checked-in baggage with all the herbs, and prior to me getting to my terminal, I've infused my water, which is already poisoned, so I could just drink, thug it out until I get back home and distill some water, because now it's very clear in my mind that water was my number one problem, which made me to start shaking on December 21st, 2025, which I couldn't finish my gym session. But now I do not know that rice is also a problem, because what I have started noticing after leaving my hotel room on the day that I eat their so-called mashed potatoes or whatever it was that they fried for me, and they say it was something that was similar to mashed potatoes, I started noticing that there's a constriction in my neck. And then when I eat the rice, as I told you that I ate from the African restaurant, which my family members had to buy and then drive me back to my hotel room for me to get on this flight that's going back to where my destination is, I start noticing that my neck is constricting more and more as I try to swallow after eating the jollof rice first and then eating the white rice with the soup that I had. So now I'm at the airport. My head is sweating profusely only, and I'm having difficulty swallowing, and I'm trying to check in. And I wait there for as long as maybe 40 minutes because they have to give priority to the priority flyers on the airplane. I am not a priority. So I wait there, and then finally they check me in. And when they finally check me in, I am sweating profusely. My neck is constricting. I am shaking violently, and I'm trying to go past TSA to get on my get terminal, and I have been at this airport 3 hours before my flight. One thing you have to understand is this: this world that the Creator made, the way the Creator made the world itself, has no suffering in any way, shape, or form or thought. The world that the Creator made naturally is free of suffering in any way, shape, or form. And as we are on Act 8 here of Shape of a World, and the other acts that you're going to listen to from Act 1 down till the ending of the acts, you're going to find out that truth vividly. But we have to keep repeating it so you know. The world in every way, shape, or form is free of suffering as the Creator made it. The reason why we suffer is because we have beings and things that should not exist who improvise, hear the word, improvise and fabricate suffering into it so that they alone should have all the luxury and be kings, and the public suffers and begs them so that the public can worship them as gods. Because in today's world, pay attention to the words. You'll understand when we get to the part as we have shown you in all the acts or shape of a world, on the structure of world control and how it works. Everybody in today's world prays to the government. What does prayer mean? You ask the government to do something for you. So when you ask the government to do something for you, what are you doing? You are praying. Just like you go to church and you ask the Creator, or God, as they say, to do something for you in any way, shape, or form. You ask for healing, you ask for health, you ask for this, and you ask for that. As the Bible in the New Testament, with the idiot Jesus, which never existed, said, ask, and it will be given to you. In the book of Matthew chapter 7, verse 7. So prayer is asking. So when you ask the government, what are you doing? That they should do this for you or change this and that, you are praying to them. They are your gods. So suffering in any way, shape, or form, as we all suffer, is not a part of nature. It's because beings and things which are not supposed to exist, with wicked, evil mankind people and their wicked demons, animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair make you suffer. And because they want you to believe that suffering is natural to nature, they wrote this book called the Bible. They use truths which they put in the Bible to make you believe a bigger lie. Because when you read in the book of Genesis, what does it say? It says in Genesis chapter number 3, which is going to show on your screen, reading from verse 17. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return to the earth, for out of it wast thou taken, because thou art dust, and to dust shalt thou return. What is that verse saying right now to you? It is saying that you explicitly shall suffer in this world. And it has made you believe that the Creator said that you shall suffer. Why? Because the evil black elites led by the with their servants and slaves in their animals, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, improvise suffering. And they want you to accept the suffering and have closure that this is the way the world is. So you never go against them to terminate and eliminate them for improvising suffering, such as you will suffer at the airport through TSA or anything else in this world. Let's continue on with the story. So therefore, I have to pass through TSA. I am shaking. My throat is constricting. I'm lethargic because at this particular point in time, I'm not aware of the fact that poison water and rice that I ate, that they both have different ways they affect you. Because number one, the water that I drank, which was poisoned when I was going to Iowa, which I missed my flight, and I drank the Aquafina bottled water, I drank the Evian bottled water, and I drank the Crystal Geisha water brand, and I drank so many other brands of water while I was at Iowa. All of them make me shake and make me feel like passing out. Now, but after I ate the so-called mashed potatoes or whatever they had at the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel, which I stayed in Iowa, I started feeling as my throat was constricting. And when I ate the rice, which my family members stopped at an African restaurant for me to eat, the neck constricted more. So I'm having double jeopardy while at the TSA checkpoint. on my flight back from Iowa. Because the rice, the way it makes you feel, it's where we're going now and explaining for you. It makes you feel lethargic. So I'm noticing that my steps are lethargic. I can't walk quickly or anything. I'm walking with so much lethargic movement, all right? And then as I'm walking in a lethargic movement, I am limping. And as I am limping, lethargically walking, my neck is constricting. I'm having problems swallowing my spit. And I am feeling like throwing up as I'm swallowing my spit. So this is the double jeopardy I have at the TSA checkpoint going back to my destination from Iowa. On me, what is helping me is that I'm taking some of the infused water that I had mixed with their poisonous water with the herbs that the priesthood gives me. And I also have the priesthood herbs in a flask. As I'm trying to go through TSA stops me because of the water that I have on me, which is infused, which is helping me, and my flask, which contains the herbs of the priesthood, specially made that I made. So I could just dug it out until I get back home and get my water distillation pot so I can distill some water and then have good water to drink, because now I've noticed that the water is the problem. So TSA then holds me up because they notice that I have water. I also have flask that is filled with the herbs that the priesthood provides for us, which is what is sustaining me through all this debacle of me shaking, sweating profusely. My neck is constricted. I can't swallow my own spit. I'm lethargic in walking, and TSA holds me for 50 minutes. 50 minutes in this state. They can actually see I'm not okay just because of my herbal water and my flask that is filled with the herbs that the priesthood provides for me. They put me through all kinds of evil checks, because the work of the TSA is not in any way, shape, or form as we have been taught that they are checking against terrorism. Terrorism is the government. Terrorism only exists on your television screen, which is sponsored by the government of every country in this world. When you hear about the 9/11 attacks or all the so-called terrorist attacks, suicide bombers, because nobody is sane enough, no matter how evil and wicked you are, to carry out a terrorist plot and attack on a plane which is in the air. But they've made you to believe that suicide bombers, according to television and movies, don't care about their lives, but only their goals. Everybody cares about their life. Everybody cares about their life. The only reason why we don't care about our life at the end of the day is because when you do not have any choices to live anymore, what are you going to say to someone who doesn't have a house to live in, doesn't have food to eat, doesn't even know where the next meal is going to come from? He doesn't have a choice. The only choice is that he's going to just lay down there and pass out. That is the reality. But everybody cares about their life, even the wicked, evil people. With the evil they are doing, they still want to live. We've all been trained to think logically wrong, not to see reality, understand how life is. So TSA is not there in any way, shape, or form checking against terrorism. They created that facade for you through television, news, and media, which the evil black elites own, led by for you to believe in a deception in the work of TSA. The only job of TSA is to make sure that you do not pass your water, food, and snacks through the airport except it is in your checked-in baggage. So when you are at the airport, you consume all their poisonous food and water, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair will get all the poisons they need. The white man, the Caucasians, to not grow their tails and animal features for us to see that they are animals indeed, and in no way, shape, or form are mankind or the people running the world, but the scapegoats and slaves which the rogue, evil black elites led by the made them, so that they can be used as fodder and as a deception for them to stay behind the scenes and rule the world and do all the wickedness and improvise suffering for the public, for them not to be caught, terminated, and eliminated. But unfortunately, there's a creator. He did not make the world to suffer. And therefore, those who improvise this suffering upon us in every way, shape, or form, in sickness and diseases, poisoning us, so that they can be kings, have to be caught, held accountable, eliminated, and terminated. So TSA holds me up at this particular point for an hour, almost close to an hour and 30 minutes. They set me on the side. They said I should sit. They go through all my baggage twice. I tell them that the water that I'm carrying is herbal medicine. And if they could look at me, I'm sweating profusely from my head, but everywhere else is not sweating. So they send me through another check. They allow me to carry the herbal medicine that has water, but that wasn't what was keeping me okay. What was keeping me okay was the herbal medicine that I had in the flask, which the priesthood provides for us. So they now check the flask and they say that I cannot carry the flask with the liquid which the priesthood provides for us, for what is keeping me going in my debacle of the fact that I'm sweating profusely from my head, I'm shaking, I'm lethargic, I'm having problems swallowing my spit, and when I swallow, I feel like I'm gonna throw up, and I have to hold myself together in all of this. So now I tell TSA, okay, let me take the content of my flask, all right? Let me just swallow it. If you guys want the flask, I'll give it to you, because whatsoever is in the flask is what's keeping me okay, so I can at least get on my flight back to my destination. TSA tells me, after so many checks, they called on the phone, call whatever departments that they have to call to give them answers or whatsoever. They checked and checked my flask, and they said that they are going to pour out, oh my goodness, the herbs that I have in the flask that's keeping me going, because I know every time I sip on it, it gives me the strength to keep going. They say they're going to pour it out. I tell them, okay, let me just take a sip of it, or take all of it. If you want the flask, you can have it. TSA denies me. They say they have to pour out the liquid, that I can't take it anymore. And they poured my herbs on this flight. And after they poured my herbs, they say I can now go. So do you see how wicked TSA is? The airports are the most wicked places in the world. Also, that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, Caucasians, whom are animals, will get all the poisons they need at the airport by not allowing anybody to bring in their own water, drinks, or snacks. Because as I'm at that airport, all that is happening as TSA is that if you come in with your drinks, snacks, anything, they take it out and put it in the dumpster. They won't allow you to pass through TSA checkpoints with water, snacks, or anything that you need in your carry-on. If you check it in, they'll let it go through, but they must make sure you don't go through it at the airport terminals. So you drink their consumed, poisoned water and snacks in the airport and on the airplanes, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair will get all the poisons they need, as long as they are not orientals, so they do not grow their tails and animal features, so we know that they are animals, which we can see by the hair on their head, because all demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, all have the hair of animals. And the only people who don't have the hair, the only beings who don't have the hair of animals in this world, which is straight hair, are mankind in black people who carry afro hair. That is the truth. Go look around and you see it. The hair on every mankind black person in this world is an afro hair. If they have straight hair, they have the hair of animals and the genetics. They are not real people. But because of all the food and poisons that are fed to us, they do not grow those animal tails and features for us to see that they are not mankind. Mankind does not have straight hair. We have afro hair. There's a difference. So after TSA holds me for close to almost 2 hours, and they confiscate my drink, my herbal drink, which is helping me to get through all this. They allow me to carry the herbal infused water, because I told them if they're looking at me, I'm shaking, I'm sweating profusely. What is keeping me going is the herbal water. So just because they don't want to be held responsible for someone dying because of telling them that they have a medical issue, but they confiscate the one thing that keeps me going, in the fact that the herbs of the priesthood that I have on me is helping me to go through this issue that I'm having, in the fact that I am shaking so much. I am sweating profusely from my head only. I'm lethargic. I can't walk. I'm walking with a limp. My throat is constricting. I can't swallow my spit, and every time I swallow, I feel like I'm gonna throw up. And then I start developing this incredible belching that I've never had before in my whole entire life. They confiscate the herbs that the priest would give me, which I have in my flask. They pour it out right in front of my presence and give me my flask back. So now I have to go through and get on my gate, and I barely get to my gate and I board the flight. And as I board the flight, I start feeling more lethargic. And then I have the worst turbulence that I've ever experienced on any flight in my whole entire life, as the flight is heading back from Iowa to my destination. The turbulence is so crazy for almost an hour, and I am almost wondering, why doesn't this stupid airplane pilot just drop lower? Because when you drop lower, you avoid turbulence, and you understand this later on as we get on into the video about the real sciences of what is going on here with everything you've heard so far from the start of this part of Shape of a World right here, in which we are revealing to you rice and water as the #1 poisons for why demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails are not growing those tails rapidly as we're supposed to see, but it's happening. It's happening because the time has arrived. So, I experienced the worst turbulence ever, and I am getting more lethargic on the plane. And fortunately for me, as it happened, as I was going to Iowa, as I'm heading back from Iowa, when I put my hands in my jacket pocket, I find out that there's a special herb which the priest had given me. It's very, very tiny, and I put it in a very tiny bottle. I take it out and I start chewing on it. And as I start chewing on it, I start recovering my energy a little bit throughout the whole entire flight, while I am dealing with the worst turbulence in an airplane that I've ever experienced in my whole entire life. That is why on this act of Shape of Our World, the priesthood reveals to you how to make an aircraft that when it hits turbulence, it's not going to have a problem. It's going to be smooth, and you're going to know why. So, finally, I land at my destination with all this debacle, and the story now continues as I have landed at my destination. So my flight finally touches down at my home destination, and I have to sit down. I'm still feeling kind of okay a little bit after eating some of the herbs that the priesthood provides for us. And I have to sit down because on this flight back to my home destination from Iowa, I had the last seat on the aisle of the flight. So I have to sit down patiently while everyone is disembarking so I can now move on. So I now finally take my backpack. Now, based on the last experience I had on me going to Iowa and going through all this trauma of me shaking and passing out and carrying 2 carry-ons, I checked in all my carry-on except for the one that had the herbs which the priesthood provides for us. So now I have to wait, everybody disembarks, and I'll start my walk, a long walk, to go get my checked in baggages. So I go in there and I sit down, and I'm feeling very, very dehydrated. So I'm thinking, what am I gonna drink? Because my drive back home from the airport is about an hour to 2 hours. So I'm just sitting there and thinking, and then I have to wait for my shuttle to pick me down to where I parked my car so I can drive back home. But the arrival terminal is not where the shuttle comes. I have to climb back upstairs and walk for close to 10 minutes to get to the shuttle depot for them to come pick me up. So while sitting at the arrival terminal to collect my baggage, I'm like, I don't even have the energy to walk up there because already I've walked for so long from Iowa terminal to be checked in with all the debacle that I went through with TSA Iowa, and they took my herbs and said I couldn't drink it. And now I'm back here, home destination. I've walked a long distance already from the gate to baggage collection. So I'm like, I'm not gonna even do that. So I just sit down at the arrival there and I call a lift. I ask the lift specifically that the van or bus that they're going to use to take me should be very, very comfortable, and that the driver has to help me to pick up my luggage because I'm drained. So the Lyft driver does that, helps me pick up my luggage for me and put it in the trunk, and I just go sit down in the car and I just relax. And he comes back, he drives me to my parking place where I parked my car at the airport. So I go in there, I sit down a bit after taking possession of the car, and I'm deliberating. I'm tired, I'm dehydrated, I'm lethargic. What must I do so I can drive at least for 1 to 2 hours to head back home and then go wait until my water distiller comes in from Amazon? So after sitting down and deliberating what must I do in the car, I now decide, okay, let me go to a 7-Eleven shop because I'm low on energy, and let me buy a Dr. Pepper, because Dr. Pepper was one of those brands of soda that I grew up on, and I tend to have a little trust in it more than maybe Pepsi or Coca-Cola or the other brands of soda. So I said, okay, let me go buy a Dr. Pepper and eat some oranges if I can find some in 7-Eleven store. So after like maybe 15 minutes of me relaxing in the car and just trying to make sure I get enough energy, I start my drive to the closest 7-Eleven that I can have that's close to the airport. So when I get to 7-Eleven, I buy the Dr. Pepper and I drink the Dr. Pepper. I buy like 2 bottles. I drink 1 and I eat some oranges, and I have some energy now to start my drive back home to my destination. But after drinking the Dr. Pepper, the one thing that I notice is that I start belching so horribly. And since the 28th of December till the 10th of January, even as far down as the 29th of January, I still belch. I'm going to go into that story later so you people really understand what's going on. So I start my drive now back home to my final destination. After wasting time up to 1:30 to almost 2 hours, I now arrive back home and I chill. And as I'm chilling there are no team members back in our city. They are all with family members out of state. So it's just me by myself at this particular point in time. And I can only make calls and just talk to them about what's going on. And everyone is trying to give me advice on what I should do. And then they get in contact with the priesthood, with those who get in contact with them for us if we can't get to them directly. And they talk to them about whatsoever I'm going through. So I thug it out and wait till my Amazon delivery for my water distiller comes in, and I go still buy the Crystal Geisha water brand, and I start my distillation. So as the water starts distilling, and we'll get into that part in the signs of all this later on, so you understand how to use your water distiller to perfection, because the evil black elites already know that they poison the water, and they know that people are trying to distill their water so that they can get clean water to drink, which removes all the poisons that they've imputed. But also, they do not make you understand how you should distill the water. There's a way to distill it, and also there's a way to clean out the debris that you have. They haven't taught you guys that, but they go ahead to provide the water distiller for you because they don't want you to think and solve the problem yourself in creating a perfect water distiller. Because the idea of all this in what the evil black elites do, led by the, is that you must at all times have no knowledge, because knowledge is practice. This is what people do not know. If you do not practice how to think about things logically, the neurons and pathways in your body are going to be calcified. They're not going to organize themselves or fire, so you can always think logically about stuff and get a solution. So that is why the evil black elites always provide everything for you technologically wise that you can think of before you can think of doing it. So you never think of doing it and actually doing it, because knowledge spreads. If you start with the knowledge of one thing, it's going to spread into several different areas, and you're going to have knowledge of almost everything else from the one small knowledge that you started practicing on. That is how it works. So as my water distillation is going on, I now start thinking, what am I going to eat? Because at this point in time, I don't have enough energy to start to get up and try to make something to eat, because I gotta go grocery shopping. And when I go grocery shopping, I have to distill the water enough so I can wash whatever I want to wash and then cook what I'm supposed to cook. So I'm thinking about all these things. I'm like, what am I gonna eat? So first of all, just for me to have some energy, I boil 2 brown-shelled eggs and I eat that, and I still keep on deliberating, what am I gonna eat? Now, at this particular point in time, I am a little bit tired, but the shaking has gone away. I'm almost in recovery mode. My neck constriction has reduced. The only thing that's happening to me is that I'm belching. I'm belching so much. whenever I drink water, I belch. And it's not just a small belch, it's like boom, it just explodes out of my mouth like that. But I'm okay. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be okay with the herbs that the priesthood provides and everything else. So now I start deliberating, okay, what am I gonna eat today? Because I don't have enough energy to cook any meals today. I can cook maybe some meal by the next day or whenever I feel like my energy is up because I gotta go to work on Monday because the day is Sunday that I arrived. So I'm thinking about all this. I'm like, okay, let me go to an African store because at this particular point in time, I have no idea that rice, all right, that I ate plus the mashed potatoes they gave me or whatever, what they said, it was a kind of mashed potato fry that they gave me at the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel that I stayed in Iowa was the reason for my throat constricting. It started with the mashed potatoes, a tad bit of constriction, and when I ate the rice, it constricted more. I have no idea about this at this particular point in time. All I know at this particular point in time with discussing with the team members and the team member who already started passing out while they were drinking Crystal Geisha water brand on the 2nd of December 2025 is that all that we're thinking about at this particular point is that we have to distill our water. The water is the majority problem. We're not thinking about the rice, but now that's why we started narrating the stories and showing the pictures that every time that I had been sick, rice has been involved, besides the water. So after deliberating for a while, because there are no team members around who would have helped me with food, and I now say, okay, let me drive to an African restaurant that I know and eat some of the African food, because the truth is this, which a lot of people don't know, African foods contain the least amount of poisons because Africans still try to grow their food organically, even though they are growing a lot of them inbred and with fertilizer, which is fluorine. They are still trying to grow their foods organically. So African food is very, very healthy. It contains the least amount of poisons if you exclude the water that you cook it with. But here today, on this particular day, I don't really have a choice. I'm like, I'm going to eat the African food regardless of what water they use. But as long as I drink my distilled water, at least just try to get enough energy so I can start cooking my meals with the distilled water. And when the team members get back in town by the start of the year, because they're all with family members in different states, then I won't have any problem with food. So, and I'll make up my mind to go to the African restaurant and get some food. So what I do order when I get there is that I get some fried rice, because I'm thinking with fried rice really reduces a lot of the poisons, especially if you go through the methods of how we told you on the Free Electricity Always video how we cook our rice. But now you're going to know later on, as we get along into the science part of this particular act of Shape of the World, that you have nothing to do with rice, and you're going to see that in a very short minute. So I go down to the African restaurant, I get some fried rice, and I get some soup. I get what they call ogbono soup, all right? Ogbono soup is very, very good. So I now stay, because I'm so tired and weak, at the African restaurant, and I eat one portion of the fried rice. I pick out all the veggies in the rice and I eat that. And this is on the 28th of December 2025. So when I come back home after eating the fried rice at the African restaurant with the ogbono soup, I now use my distilled water and I make some fufu with my distilled water and I eat the ogbono soup. When I finish eating the ogbono soup, I feel okay. I have some energy now. So now I'm thinking and deliberating, okay, Monday's coming. I got to go to work. And Monday is going to be the 29th. And then Tuesday is going to be the 30th. Wednesday is going to be the 31st. And the 1st of January 2026 is going to be a Thursday. And I may not have time to cook all the meals that I need to go to work because I got to go to work on Monday. So I just say, okay, I'm going to eat the ogbono soup that I have with some fufu and go to work Monday. So that happens on Monday. Now, Tuesday is the 30th. And I still continue with the fufu and ogbono soup. I'm getting better. The belching is still there, but it's fine. Then, on the 31st of December, 2025, I sit down and deliberate and say, okay, I have to find a way to cook because I don't have the time. But because 1st of January is going to be a holiday, and if I have to cook, it's going to be on a Friday, which will be the 2nd of January, 2026. So let me go back to the African restaurant this time and just order some soup and order what they call in Yoruba or Ijebu, which is the right word, Ijebu, amala, and some soup. Now, why did I choose amala? Because amala is a black type of grounded yam flour, and it is very, very nutritious just by the color. All right. Now, remember, when I ate the ogbono soup, I didn't take any fufu from the African store because I know that they use tap water to make the fufu. And I rather use my distilled water, which is far better, to make my own fufu and eat it. But this time around, I'm like thinking, because the yam flour, which they call amala in Ijebu or Yoruba as people publicly know it, is very nutritious, that even if I order the amala from they made, because the amala is black, and even if they use the tap water to make it, that'll be okay. Let me show you a picture of tap water that we distilled, and I want you to see the residue inside, because this is one thing they don't teach in the sciences, and you have to know it today. If you take water from the spring, or let's say any type of spring water or stream water, and you distill it, you may have a very tiny residue left in the pot, but the residue is not going to be sticky, and it's going to be granular. Why? Because it is salt. But with the tap water and all the bottled water that you buy from the store, when you distill it, it forms a very hard, thick residue in the pot because it is not salt. So we have to explain that for you now to understand. At any point in time, when you see residue inside a pot and it's sticky after distilling it, it is poisons. Don't let them lie to you anymore. Because the whole entire science and technology division that we have in the educational system that is taught publicly is all a lie. So here's an image of the tap water that we distilled to show you the kind of residue that you have after boiling it, to remove all the water so you can see what is inside the tap water. So that's the image right there of the tap water being boiled. Let's show you the residue now. And that is residue from the tap water that was boiled. So as you can look right there, that is the amount of poisons, and you're going to find out what this poison all is when we get to the scientific part of this particular part of Act 8 of Shape of a World right here. So now going back to what I was trying to tell you, I now decide to order the amala because it's black. And I'm thinking, if they use this tap water to make the amala, the blackness inside it is going to consume a lot of the poisons. So I'll just eat the amala because the 1st is going to be a holiday. I won't be able to do anything until the 2nd. I'll just manage to eat that when I get back from work, so that by Tuesday, I can now cook because I'm having some energy. All right, I'm recovering. So I now order the amala from the African restaurant and the soup. But normally I never eat the fufu, which is the amala, when I order soups from African restaurant. I make my own fufu by myself using my own water supply because I trust it more. So after work on the 31st of December 2025, I ate the ogbono soup that I had, and I just tasted the amala a little bit on the 31st of December 2025. Then when I woke up in the morning and then later on in the afternoon towards the evening, let's say around 3 p.m. 1st of January 2026, I now ate the amala. And immediately I finish eating, I now have the belching, which hasn't gone away. And now I feel like throwing up. The same feeling that I had on the 27th of December 2025 when I was at the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel after eating their mashed potato gravy or whatever that they had. What does that tell you? What is the common things that you see in both stories now? The water. The water. The tap water, or all water that they use that which is not distilled in making food for you, is poisoning you more. Besides that, the food already, which you're going to find out as we get along, rice is the number one poisons. So after eating this, I feel like throwing up. I haven't thrown up in years. The last time I remember throwing up was as a child. So I still try to hold myself from throwing up. But after a while, I couldn't hold it anymore. I now found a bucket and I threw up. I threw up everything. All right? I threw up everything that I have eaten for the last couple of days. And I couldn't even go back to bed. I'm telling you how serious this was. I couldn't go back into my bed to sleep. I just laid down, passed out on the floor, and I slept from the evening till the next morning. I couldn't wake up. I couldn't stand up. I just laid down there. No food from evening till the next morning. I couldn't do anything. And this is now the 1st of January 2026. So as I lay down there, on the 1st of January 2026, I start thinking that I'm gonna die because I'm very, very weak. And while I laid down close to my fridge. I couldn't even get up to pee. And where I had passed out was close to my fridge, and I had some empty bottle of water close to the fridge, so I couldn't get up to pee. So I would just lay down there, roll out the empty bottles of water of the Crystal Geisha water brand, and I would pee in it. Stretch out my hand and drink some water, and I start thinking I'm gonna die. So, because that's exactly how I felt. I was very weak, tired, I couldn't do anything. I didn't have any appetite to eat, nothing. So as I'm laying down there and all these thoughts are going through my mind that I'm gonna die, I'm not afraid of death, because for me, I think death is very peaceful for a righteous person, because as a righteous person, when you die, the way I think about it is that you're free of all pain and suffering and dealing with wicked, evil, abominable people. You have no bills to pay anymore. Nobody is going to be bothering you in the wicked, evil, who have no rest. They are not tired of making sure that they try to kill and murder you. You don't have to deal with anything anymore. So I'm just thinking there as I'm laying down that I'm gonna die. But now I start thinking, if I die, or if I wanna die, what should I say? Should I send out a text message to team members and tell them I think I'm gonna die? Should I tell my family and send out a text message, I think that I'm gonna die? So while all these thoughts are going through my mind, what I resolved to say is this: if I'm gonna die, let me just die. Let me not just text anybody. Let me just die and it's okay. So as I was deliberating all this, I go back to sleep and I did not die. And I wake up, but I'm still very, very tired, lethargic on the 2nd of January, 2026. So since I didn't die, I was like, okay, I gotta find a way to get my energy back. At least try. Because I lay down there, I could manage to open my fridge with one hand. So I brought out 2 eggs, managed to get some sugar around, broke it, just swirled it around, and I drank. And when I drank, after like, let's say 15 minutes, I could have some energy to stand up. So I stood up. And when I now stood up, I now sat down and I thought, what am I gonna eat? I have to find something to eat so I can at least have energy for today. So prior to me puking on the 1st of January 2026, on the 31st of December 2025, that means 2026 Eve, I had this very violent shaking after I had eaten the food that I had brought from the African restaurant, as explained in the black amala in soup. But every time I have this violent shaking that is so horrible and uncontrollable, I'll take the herbs of the priesthood and it will calm me down and I'll be okay. But on the 31st, I had so much violent shaking. It was terrible. One of the most violent shakes that I've ever had. And that was the first time that I thought that I was gonna die, literally. And now, as I've explained to you, you now understand the reason why. That is all from the poisons that they put in the tap water. And I made the mistake of eating the amala because it was made with this kind of tap water, and it affected me that I had such violent shakes. And this shaking was the same shaking that I had when I missed my gym session and I couldn't go through with it on December 21st, 2025. And all of this now started relating to the fact that the water is horrible. The tap water and all the bottled water. And I now said, why did I make this mistake? Because usually I never eat the fufu from the African restaurant. I just buy the soup, then I go make my own fufu with my own water. So I would try as much as possible not to get too much poisons into myself. So I had such violent shaking on the 31st. Terrible, beyond I couldn't even explain. And I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna die. That was my first thought. So now on 1st of January 2026, which is the day after, that I now puke. I literally think I'm gonna die because after puking, I just had to lay down on the floor. I couldn't get up. I was terribly weak. And this already happened around 3 to 4 p.m. 1st of January 2026. And now the story continues. So I sleep throughout 1st of January 2026 into the evening, into nighttime. And every time I sleep, I think I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna wake up. And I think of like still texting the team, texting my family members, or calling the priesthood. But I was so weak that I couldn't even pull out the phone to do that. That's how horrible I was. So I slept, so I keep sleeping and I keep waking up. I keep sleeping, then I keep waking up. And this continues until the morning of 2nd of January 2026. So on 2nd of January 2026, I keep sleeping and I keep waking up. And I'm like saying, okay, so that means I'm not dying. So I'm like, okay, I have to do something because I haven't eaten for 24 hours. And now it's 2nd of January 2026 because the days just move by like that when I get sick. Because all I could do is just sleep and wake up and I'm going to miss a whole day. So 2nd of January 2026, early in the morning, I wake up again, still weak, laying down. and I have a tad bit of energy. And I'm like, I have to find a way to have some energy, at least because I've missed several calls from team members. And sooner or later, if they keep calling and they can't get to me, the next thing is that they're gonna call the police or anybody to go check up on me. And I don't wanna do that. So as I'm laying down there and thinking, I managed to crawl myself to my fridge and stretch out my hand and open the fridge, and I bring out a crate of eggs. I knock 2 eggs out into the cup. I pull out some sugar. All of this I'm crawling. Put some sugar, swirl it around, and I drink it. And when I drink it, after like 15 minutes, I feel a little bit okay that I could stand up and sit up. So I stand up and I sit up and I call the team members and I tell them what I experienced. And the funny thing with my team members is this: no matter how serious I tell them about my situation, they just brush it off and say, oh, you're gonna be okay, don't worry, you know, you've been through this for a long time, it's nothing, you're gonna be okay. So when they say stuff like that, I'm like, what do they see that they say I'm gonna be okay? Because I literally knew what happened. But regardless, I just took their word and I said, okay, we gotta talk to the priesthood because I need something to cure all of these problems I'm having because of the violent shakes that I had on December 31st, 2025. So after sitting down there for a while and talking with them, I now think I should eat something. Get some energy, some strength, because I don't have the time or the energy to cook any food, and the day is 2nd of January 2026. I have to find somehow something to eat. I don't want to go back to the African restaurant because of the experience of throwing up, all right? I want to find something to eat so I can have energy to go prepare a proper meal the way I should prepare a proper meal for myself with distilled water and everything, so I can at least have energy to go around, to go about my business, go back to work and everything else. So early in the morning, I am spending time deliberating. Afternoon comes by. I'm still deliberating. I'm like, I have to find a way to eat. So finally, after a lot of thinking, because I know that when you get sick, the best kind of foods that you should eat should be foods that are very, very watery, so you can easily swallow, easily digest, you know, fluid kind of foods, so you can get some energy. At least you don't have any problem, you know, digesting or eating it. It's just going to be easier for you to swallow. So as I'm thinking about that, a thought crosses my mind. That's why you're looking at the screen that says Pho Ha Vietnamese restaurant. Now, this restaurant that you're looking at, I have stopped eating there for up to 5 years. After I found out that a lot of the foods that we eat at restaurants is tainted from the fact that they use tap water to cook with it, and already the food is already poisoned. From my experiences at eating at Red Lobster. So that's how I stopped eating restaurant food. The only time I eat restaurant food is when I'm out of state, in a different state, in a different city, and I have to make the best use of any kind of restaurant there, most especially African restaurants. If there are no African restaurants in any city or state where I'm at, when I've traveled out of state, my next option is going to be a Jamaican restaurant. And if there is no Jamaican restaurant, my next restaurant is going to be a Japanese or Vietnamese or Oriental restaurant. And with the Oriental restaurants, I'm going to make sure that I eat only fried rice because I try to avoid rice as much as possible. As you guys have heard me tell you about my story on the Free Electricity Always video, how I used to manage eating the rice because I found out that the rice already was poison, but I didn't know what you're gonna find out continuing on from this story right here, right now. So, I haven't eaten in this restaurant for 5 years. So 5 years from 2026 is the last time I ate in that restaurant that you're looking at here, the Pho Ha Vietnamese restaurant. It was 2021. And from 2021, I've avoided eating at any restaurant except one day out of the year in which one team member, no matter what happens, always wants to eat at Red Lobster so that they can have the lobsters and the crabs and the seafood that they eat, all right? So one time out of the year, I'll go to the Red Lobster restaurant as a team and we'll eat some lobsters, corn, potatoes. We avoid rice, all right? So now, I don't know how this thought crossed my mind on the 2nd of January 2026 to go to this restaurant. Now, normally, when I used to eat at this Pho Ha restaurant, I always used to make sure that whatever food I ate, I would have 2 fried eggs with me. Why? This is a secret that you people should know right now. Eating a lot of eggs, especially brown shell eggs, consumes a lot of poisons that you've ingested, and it will help you. So the more eggs you eat, you want to eat them boiled or fried. It's going to help you stay healthy because eggs combat a lot of poisons. So this is a tip for you. All right. So anytime I used to eat at this restaurant 5 years ago, what I would usually eat is this. When I go, I'm not going to eat the white rice. So don't worry about the screen here that's showing white rice. I'm just trying to show you what I used to eat. So whenever I order anything at this restaurant, what I would say is this. Give me your red rice. The red rice has some color. So in my mind, I'm thinking the red rice has some color, so it's gonna be far more better. And give me some pork, as you can see right here. Give me some 2 fried eggs and give me some of your soup, which is watery. All right? That's what I used to eat all the time at this Vietnamese restaurant. So, after deliberating that I should eat, at least get some energy so I can now cook a proper meal, and I'm thinking in my mind, right, that if I eat more of the eggs, even though the water that the restaurants use to cook is tap water, it's not distilled water, which contains a lot of poisons, that I eat more of the eggs, that I'm going to be okay, and it's just going to be for me to eat just for one day. It's not like I'm gonna eat it always, you know? It's just one day to get some strength. So let me eat it even though I know it's gonna have some poisons, but I think I should be fine. Just for one day, get some energy so I can make a proper meal by the next day, right? Because of how weak I am. So I go over to the Vietnamese restaurant and I order what you're looking at the screen here, besides the fried eggs and the rice being red. Now, I eat some of the pork first, right? I eat some of the pork just so I can get some enough protein into my body, right? I eat the pork first. I eat the eggs. I lick on some of the soup. Then I say, okay, let me use some of the soup with the rice. The rice is red. So I put my spoon inside the rice and I put it in my mouth. Immediately I put it in my mouth, I noticed that the texture of the rice I'm eating is the same texture of the organic rice that made me sick on the 24th of December 2025. It was very hard, very dry, and I had difficulty chewing. But I say, no, it's okay. I'm just thinking in my mind, maybe it's just the way the rice is, even though the texture is the same as the organic brown rice that I ate on the 24th of December 2025. But I pay no mind because I know I gotta eat something to have energy so I can make a proper meal. So immediately I swallow it. My throat starts to constrict. My goodness. And I haven't had that throat constriction since I came back and I treated it with the herbs that the priesthood provides for us. The throat constriction didn't exist anymore. So, but immediately I swallow this rice, my throat constricts. That's the first thing I notice. So I take some of the soup that you see right here and I swallow, and the constriction seems like it's lessening. So I'm thinking in my mind, maybe it's just because the rice is way too hard, too dry, too tough, is okay. And immediately, because there's one thing you people don't know. Your body knows poisons. If you start eating something and you don't have an appetite to eat or continue to eat it, stop. Your body is telling you the food that you're eating or what you're consuming is poison. Stop it. But I pay no attention to the way I'm feeling because I don't have any appetite for the rice anymore at this particular point. But I'm forcing myself to eat because I know I gotta eat to have energy so I can have a proper meal after the incidents of passing out and puking the day before and sleeping throughout the whole day till the next morning, which is 2nd of January 2026. So what I now do is this. I divide this rice into a portion half. And I say no matter what happens, I gotta finish half of it just to have some energy so I can get a proper meal cooked and go to work and continue with my day. So I take the next spoon of this rice. My throat constricts more. I keep using the soup to swallow it so the constriction goes down. So the more I eat the rice, I force myself to finish the half portion that I divided and said I have to finish eating this just to have some energy. The more of the rice I eat, my throat constricts the more, and the more. And then I start belching so much. Then it looks like my tummy is being pumped and filled with gas. When this happens, after I finish eating the rice and my throat constricts and my stomach starts filling up with gas, I try to get up out of my seat to go and pay my bill at the cashier at this Vietnamese restaurant. And to my surprise, I couldn't get up. I couldn't believe it. So I'm saying and thinking in my mind, why can't I get up? I try to push myself up and I can't get up. My legs refuse to move for me to get up. So I sit down. And when I sit down, tears start coming out from my eyes because as I'm sitting down there, I'm like, with everything that I've gone through since the 21st of December 2025, and this is 2nd of January 2026, it surely means that I'm gonna die. There's no way out of this because I couldn't see anything. So I sit down there. And as I sit down there, I start deliberating. How am I gonna get up and go pay the cashier? Because I can't move. So I sit down there. Fortunately for me, In my jacket pocket, I always carry the priesthood's herbs. So I take some of it out of my pocket and I chew it. I chew it for like 10 minutes. And after chewing for like 10 minutes, I try to move my feet again and I can get up. But do you know the surprising thing when I get up? I am trudging. I can't move an inch and I start limping. Now, on any other day besides this, I would have thought maybe it was something I ate or something I did or something that I never paid attention to. But for the fact, what made everything clear, that rice has been my whole entire problem and is the number one poisons which they poison us with, is because I have not eaten at this restaurant for 5 years. I haven't. So immediately that happened, my throat constriction while I was in Iowa with the rice I ate and all the sicknesses that I've had, which involve rice, as I will show you and as I have shown you already throughout this whole entire video, from the Yoshinoya restaurant that I used to eat at with a team member, to the Ono Hawaiian barbecue that we used to eat at also, to the coconut rice that I told you that I ate and it made me sick, and every time I ate it, it made me sick and I thought it was from the coconut milk. Everything now fell into place because the reason why everything now made sense was that I have not eaten at this restaurant for 5 years. The last time I had a meal here was in 2021, and this is 2nd of January 2026. So my throat is constricting. I have gas in my belly. I start having spasms in my stomach. The spasms that I told you that I had earlier after eating black rice with Uncle Ben's rice with some scallops and squids. And I assumed at that particular point in time that the reason why I had those spasms was because of the squids and the scallops that I ate, the seafood. The spasms start in my stomach very, very violently. And I am weak, lethargic, and I am limping. And I trudge down to the cashier and I pay for my meal. And I start trudging down to my car. But I know when I get in that car, with the way I am not gonna be able to drive. Those were some of the longest walks that I've ever had in my life. And I was just trudging. So I want you to pay attention around you. You're going to see a lot of people trudge, limp. They are not walking right. Why? All because of rice. Because you don't know what rice is. And you're going to find out as we get along into the scientific part of this particular video.
So the average American consumes roughly 100 pounds of chicken per year. Now in the United States, 95% of freshly slaughtered chicken, this is regular and organic, is run through a chlorine rinse to cool the temperature of the meat and to reduce bacterial contaminants like Salmonella, Campylobacter, Staphylococcus, and Listeria. Now this is known as a pathogen reduction treatment. In the European Union, this treatment is not allowed, and the EU has refused to accept chlorinated chicken from countries like the United States since 1997. Now, this ban was highly debated after Brexit, as Britain was not dependent on European laws anymore. However, due to the backlash in the population, a proposed deal to accept United States chicken in Britain was put on ice, so they didn't want our chlorinated chicken over there. The European Union believes that the chlorination treatment is a very bad substitute for proper hygiene in raising and slaughtering chickens, but they're also worried about chlorine residue in chicken meat, and this is often referred to as disinfection byproducts, or DBPs.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, folks. I'm Donald Trump.
Recently, President Trump griped about Europe's distaste for buying American chicken.
Are you sure that the UK will take American chlorinated chicken? That deal has not been done yet.
We're changing all of that.
And his comments touched a nerve for a lot of people.
Come on, get the dancers back.
That's because for decades, there has been a long-standing and divisive trade spat over chicken that's flared up from time to time. Specifically over the U.S. practice of using chlorine to disinfect its poultry products.
Is this chicken?
Fears of chlorinated chicken coming from overseas once again animated debates during Brexit.
We're not too keen on that chlorinated chicken.
And continue to grab headlines about the ongoing trade war today. And perhaps it's not all that surprising that the yuck factor of chlorinated chicken has staying power for European consumers. But while EU and UK regulators have made it clear, talks of allowing chlorinated chicken are off the table, is this fear well-founded? Or accurate, for that matter? In short, is this something you actually need to give a cluck about?
Why don't you have a bite and stop judging it?
Yeah, okay, that was bad. Let's go ahead and get started.
One thing we have to tell you at this particular point in time before I continue with my story is that these evil black elites led by have poisoned every single thing that you consume as food if you're living in the United States of America and Canada. They have poisoned every single thing. Now, we as a team, we don't eat any type of meat except maybe goat meat. And what we usually do is that we go to the slaughterhouse and we slaughter a live goat. They slaughter it for us and then they cut it up for us. And when we slaughter the goat, we might slaughter like 1 or 2, and we might eat the goat. It could last us maybe a year and 6 months before we go back and get another one. Now, over a period of time since the COVID-19 era, when we bring back the goat from the slaughterhouse, we notice that we had less and less appetite in eating it over the years since COVID-19. And we would always think goats that we would fry, cook, barbecue. Why is it now that when we bring back a goat, it just stays for so long, can stay up to close to 2 years, and we never finish it? We don't have a taste for it. We'll eat some type of other meat. which is an internal kind of meat. So, on this particular day, we go to the slaughterhouse and we pick a live goat for them to slaughter for us. And when the slaughter people slaughter the goat, they mistakenly open a door which they go into and come out from. We have a bird eye view shot of some chemicals in there. And we wonder, what sort of chemicals are they using? Are they using chemicals on the goat? Because we never knew. So they slaughtered the goat for us around, let's say, 2 p.m. on a certain day. We bring back the goat and we start stocking it up in our freezers and fridge by 6 p.m. By 7 p.m., we start noticing that the goat color is turning green. And we're like, what is happening? Because being the fact that we have slaughtered goats before living in Africa, and if you left it overnight till the next day without putting it in the fridge or freezer, the goat never changed color, nothing. It was still the same color. But we kill a goat by 2 p.m. and by 7 p.m., 5 hours later, it turns green. That's why you're looking at the screen right here. So why is it turning green? So with all the meat consumed in the United States of America and in the Western world, they pour fluorine on the meat. So those chemicals that we saw in the slaughterhouse was all fluorine, because this is what the FDA, the Food Drug Administration, tells them to do. They lie that the fluorine is to kill viruses and germs. Do you see how they use knowledge in a twisted way? They say that germs exist, and what kills the germs is any type of disinfectant such as fluorine. But the fluorine is the poison. So they teach us everything in reverse, because germs do not exist. There are no viruses. There is no bacteria. All this is false medical sciences fed to us, because if germs and bacteria do exist, the animals in the bushes which drink dirty water, live in dirty environments, soak up all the dirt like pigs, the hippopotamus in muddy, swampy water, they live old and they die of old age, but they are never sick. But us, we live in clean environments, we disinfect our environments, but we still get sick. Why? Because the disinfectants that they tell you to use to clean out germs is the actual infection. There are no germs in reality.
There are no viruses, no bacteria, no germs in reality. So anytime you hear those words being thrown around in the false medical sciences, which are so deaf, blind, and dumb not to see that all the sicknesses in this world comes down to one thing and one thing only, which is fluorine, given in so many names, they don't even understand that enough, and then they can't even know that there are no germs, viruses, bacteria, or anything that does make us sick besides fluorine. Because the truth and reality is this: all the medical journals in the world, the media that they show to you, when they tell you there's such a bacteria or virus or germ, the truth is this: all those pictures that they show you in books, journals, or media of medical sciences, the so-called bacteria, germs, and viruses are all eggs and sperms of insects or any type of animal that is aquatic or not aquatic. That is the truth. But they'll label it and tell you it's a virus just to convince you, so that you use poisons, so that you get poisons. So the demons albinos, anybody with straight hair, in the fear of germs and viruses and the so-called bacteria, will actually use fluorine, which is given to them in bleach and so many other things, as a disinfectant.
That's the truth. They wrote all this bullshit into scriptures also to confuse you. That you should believe that diseases exist naturally in nature, so that they can feed the poisons to you, because they are feeding the poisons so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails should not grow their tails, because when they feed them poisons, they are not healthy enough, and all poisons is fluorine. So the actual date that this goat was killed, as we can see right here, was on September 11, 2025, and the image that you're looking at was taken at 6:42 p.m. September 11, 2025. We'll let the picture play so you can see it very, very clearly. Goat turned green 5 hours after it came back from the slaughterhouse, because all meats that you eat in the United States of America, they've all fluorinated it. And we'll show you more images as we're going on. But for now, let's continue back to my story. So I sit in the car. My neck is constricting. My tummy is having spasms. I am bloated. I am lethargic. And I wonder how I'm gonna drive back home. And as I'm sitting there, I keep chewing on the herbs that the priesthood provides for us. And then fortunately, as I'm sitting there, the sun comes up and the sun is very, very hot. So I turn my face in the car and I make sure that I can face the sun. And the sun keeps heating my face up and heating my face up as I'm chewing on the herbs that the priesthood provides for us. And as I keep chewing on it, I seem to have a little bit clarity that I can drive. So I start the car and I drive very slowly back home. And when I get back home, I start trudging. Neck is constricting still. I'm walking with a limp. My stomach is having violent spasms. It's bloated. I'm shaking. I'm having a fever. And somehow I walk indoors. And when I walk indoors and I start taking the herbs of the priesthood, I start belching or burping. And I've been belching and burping, even though it's been getting less and less, from 2nd of January 2026 until the 29th of January 2026. So we're gonna play a short clip of a bodybuilder who died. This bodybuilder died in April 2022. He died at the age of 44. His name is Cedric McMillan, as you're looking at the screen right now. Now, what you have to understand is this. The bodybuilding sport is a sport that abuses itself with a lot of drugs. So, steroids and all kinds of drugs. Now, this bodybuilder called Cedric McMillan here was a bodybuilder I used to love following because I am a bodybuilder technically, in the sense that I am in the sport of being healthy, so I do work out a lot. So there's some bodybuilders I used to just watch, not watching them because I gain anything from them. It's just because I used to love the sport, always love the sport. So I always keep watching bodybuilders, and just some bodybuilders I used to admire, and all of them that I used to admire are dead. Sean Roden, Cedric McMillan. So Cedric McMillan here got sick. Cedric McMillan had all the symptoms that I'm narrating to you that I had. Trying to eat food, the food doesn't want to go down, but rather you keep burping and wanting to throw it up, because that's exactly what happened to me. Of all the symptoms that I had after eating rice at the Pho Ha Vietnamese restaurant. So I had my neck constricting, I'm burping and feeling like I'm gonna throw up with everything that I swallow, my spit or whatsoever. My stomach is bloated, I'm having spasms, I'm walking lethargically with the limp, I'm having a fever, and everything else. So we're going to play a short clip right here of Cedric McMillan narrating his own story to you, because these are the symptoms that I had. And when Cedric McMillan had narrated this story in 2022, which is 4 years before my incident happened, I started recalling. And when I recalled that Cedric McMillan died, I started having the same feeling that I was going to die. Because from the 2nd of January 2026, I wanted to throw up every single thing that I ate, and you're going to find out why as we get into the science section of Act 8 of Shape of a World here, in narrating the story that rice and water are #1 poisons, and you're going to find out what rice is really about. Let's continue on. Before I continue on how we found out, with the help of the priesthood, telling us and making us understand, when I narrated my story to them, and they gave us this answer, which shocked us and is going to shock you because it's the truth. Let's continue on.
Y'all, first of all, I tried to make this video about 4 times. I keep deleting it, you know. I'm kind of like a private person when it comes to my personal business, you know. I've been having some issues for about 4 weeks now, and you know, I got a couple phone calls and some messages, some text messages from friends saying that they seen on the internet some shit was wrong with me. So, of course, if it's already on the internet, you know, don't really know everything and just talking about what they know or what they think they know or what they heard. I said, well, I might as well get on there and do the shit myself, you know. So here I am. Ever since I tried to compete at the Legion show in Nevada back in October, I've been having some issues with my stomach. I can't keep food down for some reason. It creates some stupid ass hiccups. I'm hiccuping all day long, half the night. And anytime I try to eat, even drinking water, it come back up, you know. Nothing want to stay down. So 4 weeks ago, I went to the doctor again. I've been going to the doctor throughout, but they recommended that I wouldn't try to do the show because, of course, I'm being stubborn. If I eat this food and I throw up half of it, at least that's half, you know, I can keep, you know, just being an idiot, right? So I just did what they said, got on the liquid diet. just eating fucking soup and, drinking weight gainer shakes. I could still do the shakes that, from Black Skull, mass gainers, weight gainers. I was using that to try to compensate for the calories. All of the medicines, my fucking bathroom is full of medicine, shit that I've been taking. Nothing was really working. And so 2 weeks out, it's the same shit, it just ain't getting no better. So I finally decided to contact the show and let them know what was going on with me, that I wouldn't be able to compete. And, they welcomed me, wanted me to still come anyway and get some work done. So I'll be in Ohio. For everybody that's going to be there, come by and see me. I'm going to try to do the meet and greet. But yeah, man, I don't know. I've been battling back and forth with myself, not really knowing what to do next. I'm feeling like, all right, is it over? Does this mean I'm supposed to retire when I'm fucking sick all the time? Or what, And no one's going to go on the internet going to be talking shit, wondering how family and friends gonna feel, Cedric ain't no bodybuilder no more. Just worrying about all that kind of stuff. Plus, still feeling in myself that I got something I need to try to prove to somebody, and still wanting to do the thing I love. But if I want to continue to do it, especially long term, I need to try to be smart. So this is me taking a 50% stubborn, 50% smart step. And not doing this show, try to give myself a little bit more time. I do have one medicine that they gave me last week for stomach ulcers, and that seems to be helping. I had this issue, like I said, everything I eat coming back up, water, everything. And I'm hiccuping all day, half the night, non-stop. I have to fucking put my finger down my throat, gag myself to stop the hiccups. That's crazy, right? But it seems to be getting a little bit better, so maybe it was just stomach ulcers this whole time. But anyway, we're working on it. Shout out to my company, Black Skull. They even offered to bring me down to Brazil and get checked out by their people down there. They got some real good connections with the doctors and stuff down there to get me looked at, to try to get me back healthy again. So thank you to them for, supporting me through this hard time. When you're in this bodybuilding game, when you're a sponsored athlete, you get protein powder and stuff like that, supplements to represent a brand. But when you got an endorsement contract, this company is paying marketing dollars to use your image, to represent them and help sell products. And so it's real easy to feel like, you're just material. And when you ain't, when you're not in the shape to where you can really represent the company and bring in money for them, they'll throw your ass away, right? And, I've been worried about that. But, Black Skull, all the guys down there, Marcelo Bella, and the athlete managers, everybody down there on the team, they've been supporting me a lot, checking on me. So shout out to them. And hopefully I'll be back out there soon. I can eat about one solid meal a day. So I think things are starting to look up. I just need some more time, man. So we're going to take it slow and keep going. When I get to Ohio, I'm going to...
So if you did listen to Cedric McMillan and all the symptoms that he told you that he had, because Cedric McMillan is dead, he died at the age of 44 in 2022, you will understand exactly what I, as the narrator, went through since December 21st until I started recovering fully a couple of days before the 29th of January. My symptoms were far more worse than what Cedric McMillan here is telling you. And Cedric McMillan died 6 weeks or almost 6 weeks or maybe 2 months after contacting not a virus, not a disease, this poisoning from water and rice, because that is what most bodybuilders eat, besides the fact that they're already poisoning themselves with steroids. So if you heard everything that Cedric McMillan said there, he said he had issues with his stomach. You can notice his breathing, that he's lethargic. He's panting just to talk. That's exactly what I was going through, and far more worse. My own belly spasms that I had would shake me off the bed. It was so violent, and then my right leg would be shaking so vigorously and not resting. And all of this is about poisoning, which you're going to find out as we get into the scientific section of the video now to explain everything for you so you fully understand it. So as you heard from Cedric McMillan, he showed you that he was taking so much drugs that the doctors recommended. People, I have to tell you this. With this poisoning that the evil black elites led by the have put in water, and what you're going to find out about rice as we're getting along right here, you will not recover from it. There is no medical institution in this world that will solve it, because it's deliberately made. These poisons are deliberately made so that once you get it, you can't get it out. Because why? The black elites need the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, not to grow their animal tails and features. So we recognize that they are animals and not mankind. So there is no medical institution in the world, no hospital that you will go that will solve your predicament once you get poisoned by the water and rice. As you're going to find out what rice is as we're getting along. None of it, because you have to understand that bodybuilders have access to the highest medical professionals in the world, because they're on steroids and they need to check everything just to be okay to continue with this evil sport. It's an evil sport because you have to take drugs, steroids for it. So on top of that, Cedric McMillan here was a military vet as well. So he still has access to his military vet doctors. And none of them could solve his problem, and he died young. Age 44, did not hit even 50. So you listen to us, because this is how stupid people are. The priesthood gave all of you a chance with the one cure for all diseases and sickness. You never took advantage of it. And now it's too late, because as we have said, once you contact these poisons, you will never get rid of it. This is the truth. And you have to remember that we've been warning you and warning you and warning you and warning you for 9 years now, and you people just go to sleep because you have no idea where you are or what's going on this particular act of Shape for World right here. You will soon start to recognize that as we go along. So to continue on with the story of what happened to me and to relate to real life, I want to start by showing you a correlation of all the sicknesses that I've gone through. If you've started watching this video of Act 8 of Shape of a World, I listed all the things that I had gone through, things that I would puke out of my mouth, draw out of my mouth, spit out of my mouth, and everything else. So now is where we make a correlation with what's happening in reality. So we're going to play a short video. The information on how the video was got is going to be shown on screen. It's going to be shown in a text message. If it's still available online, you can go look for it and watch it yourself. Now, this video is about how some kind of weird blood clots, stringy material is removed from corpses of dead people in the COVID-19 era. Now, when you watch this video, at the end of the video, we are going to talk about the correlation and show you pictures of how the video is similar to what I was pulling out of my mouth from June 2022, as we narrated earlier in the video, on what I was going through when taking the herbs of the priesthood and removing this cholesterol, thick things, which is part of the poisoning in water and rice that's causing everybody to have issues in this world. So this is what's causing all the sicknesses in this world, because they are all poisons. Sicknesses do not exist in nature, naturally. That is why the evil black elites led by had to create a Bible for you to control your mindset, for you to believe that the Creator causes you to be sick, plagues, diseases, leprosy, and all those kind of stories, so that you would believe that sicknesses are natural to nature when it does not exist. It's all poisoning. On Act 8 here of Shape of a World, you're going to know all that. So we're going to play that clip for you, and then after that, I, as the narrator, will be narrating over the clip, because what you're going to see on that clip, it is very, very the same with what I have experienced. Because when you get poisoned like this, in water and rice especially, because everything else they've poisoned, but the majority of the poisons comes from water, because you have to drink water every single day. And it comes from rice, because rice over the past 150 years has become the majority food that everybody consumes in the world. It was never so. So we're going to play this short clip. After the short clip is played, then we are going to narrate the story for you. And then we continue now into the scientific part of the video for you to understand what is happening to you and your body when you consume the poisons that we consume daily as they are feeding us in water and rice. Let's continue now.
Welcome to the Dr. Jane Ruby Show. I'm your host today, Dr. Jane Ruby. And I want to introduce today Mr. Richard Hirschman. Richard, I want to welcome you to the Dr. Jane Ruby Show. Thank you for being here today, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, it's an honor to speak to you. I'm really grateful that you've come forward. You, as I said, are board certified as a funeral director and an embalmer, and you have over 20 years of experience in the business. You and as well as your colleagues that you've consulted with and that you work with have discovered that in the last year, particularly, you are finding something very, very unusual in the bodies of those you are putting to rest. Tell us a little bit about, just a little bit more, if I missed anything in your background before we get to the pictures that you've brought forward to our producers.
Sure. I started back in 2001, became board certified in 2004. I've been embalming for a long, long time. I'm currently mostly what you call a trade embalmer or a traveling embalmer, so I embalm for several locations. And I've been finding these strange clots, and it all started, I can't put my finger on it, but probably around the middle of last year, middle of 2001.
Okay, and let's get to it. Let's take a look at our first picture, which is a very long, you can see this in the picture, a very long clot on this table. And from the far left end of it, it looks like a red string blood clot, if you will, and going across, I just want to describe it for the audience, all the way to the far right, it becomes more and more white and fibrous, and it bifurcates or it splits off. Tell us how you found this. First of all, how did you come upon this?
Yes, I've seen a handful of these. And when I do the embalming, I have to go into the vein. And in order for the embalming process, I have to allow blood to be drained. So I actually pulled this huge, long clot, fibrous-looking clot, out prior to embalming.
And what part of the body did this come from, Richard?
This one came from the iliac, basically right around.
So that's sort of the groin for right for lay people. That would be the groin.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying you pulled this, and it looks like the length of the person's leg. Is that correct?
It's almost the length of the leg. I had pulled out a few others before this. I just so happened to I've got to take a picture of this because nobody will believe what this looks like.
Yes.
The front end of it looks like a normal blood clot, but that white fibrous looking stuff just isn't normal.
Yeah, and tell us about the character. Yeah, tell us about the characterization that you shared on that. The red part is a blood clot, and tell us about the texture, what happens when you squeeze it, and compared to the white part that goes down the rest of the leg. Tell us about the texture.
Typically, a blood clot is smooth. It's blood that's coagulated together, but when you squeeze it or touch it or try to pick it up, it generally falls apart. It smashes. It's very, you can almost, squeeze between your fingers and almost get it back to blood again. But this white fibrous stuff is pretty strong. It's not weak at all.
Oh my gosh.
You can manipulate it. It's very pliable. It's not hard. It's very, it's hard to sit there and say exactly, but it is not normal. And I don't know how anybody could live with something like this inside.
No, Richard, tell us about the, this is anonymous, this no names, no areas of the country, no companies, anything like that. But tell us what you came to learn about this particular person who's passed, where you found this particular long clot.
Yes, this is a person that I had come to find out was vaccinated, but also had apparently contracted COVID anyway.
Okay.
The person, if I recall, on this one here, was released from the hospital after being tested negative.
Okay.
Yet at the same time, then they die a few days later, probably because he was full of blood clots.
Yeah, Richard, I want to get back to these clots. I want to take a look at the second picture that you've provided. You indicated that you actually rinsed off because you'd never seen anything like this before. You're starting to see it more and more. You said you never saw anything like this. You've seen tons of clots, tons of, growths and things like that, of course, but you've never seen anything like what we're seeing in these pictures before 2019, 2020, when this whole thing started. Tell us, once you washed off, this is the second picture we're looking at, where you washed it off a little bit, where you could see more clearly. Tell us about what you observed in that picture.
Yes, what I've been finding is a lot of bodies have been very clotted, and I started to notice it's like to get a view of what's inside of this. I could literally rinse these clots, rub the blood off of them, and this white stuff holds strong. It does not dissolve. You can break it, but it's stretchy. And I thought maybe, something's not right. I contacted colleagues of mine, and they're all seeing the same thing. This is not normal for anybody that I know.
Now, before we go to the third picture you brought, I want my production crew to hear me say this publicly. I want to give people about 7 to 10 seconds with a disclaimer that this could be a very sensitive picture and it could be uncomfortable for children or some folks. So I'm giving you that warning now. The third picture we're bringing up does have the picture of the deceased's legs and how you took out a lot of these long clots. And to be clear, Richard, confirm for me, you did say that these are mostly you're seeing them and pulling them from veins, not arteries. Is that correct?
Yes, but on this one here,
yes,
I also got one out of the artery as well, which is unusual. I have here lately been pulling some out of arteries. I actually pulled one out of an artery last night. And all these years of experience, normally you don't get clots out of an artery unless it's somebody that's been dead for several days. But this was definitely not
right,
the case.
Because the blood moves in arteries and it can sometimes pool in veins. This is just incredibly shocking. I'm sure from the human aspect, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
I feel like personally, I started seeing this stuff more and more from the middle of the year. Last January was the busiest I'd ever been in my career. It just so happens that's when they started rolling out the vaccine. Of course, I didn't see all of these white wormy structures in there because I can't imagine something like that happening overnight. But as I'm seeing this longer and longer, I'm very concerned for the future. There's a lot of these people. I've had some that I know were people that I've embalmed that have had these worms or these structures in them, these fibrous structures, that they're listed as, a heart attack or a stroke or something like that.
There's a lot of these people. I've had some that I know were people that I've embalmed that have had these worms or these structures in them, these fibrous structures, that they're listed as, a heart attack or a stroke or something.
There's a lot of these people. I've had some that I know were people that I've embalmed that have had these worms or these structures in them, these fibrous structures, that they're listed as, a heart attack or a stroke or something like that.
There's a lot of these people. I've had some that I know were people that I've embalmed that have had these worms or these structures in them, these fibrous structures, that they're listed as, a heart attack or a stroke or something like that.
Right.
And most people will not see what I see. Doctors, when they draw blood, they can't see this stuff.
And Richard, do you think this could be seen on imaging, like ultrasound or PET scan or MRIs?
I don't know. I do know that I saw a video months ago where they were describing vaccinated blood, and they were showing this like structure inside of the blood, this white structure, and that was on a microscope, of course, or something like that. And when I saw that image, it was like, this is what I'm seeing, but I don't need a microscope to see it.
And just to be clear for the audience, like we said before 2020, right? The COVID thing hit February, March 2020. But before 2020, like from 2019 and earlier, you've never seen this specific type of combination clot. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, my entire 20 years that I've been doing this, I've seen lots of clots. But it's not on 50% of the bodies I'm embalming. It's every once in a while you might see one, but never any with this stuff that you can literally rinse off in your hand and get this white, stringy, fibrous tissue in there. It doesn't make sense to me.
You know, you said a few moments ago that it's something that's increasing. You know, I think you said it's getting worse, and you're seeing. It seems like it. Have your colleagues? I'm sure you have discussions because it is so unusual. Are they feeling the same way? Are they sensing that they're seeing more and more?
Yes, absolutely. They are, and some of them are nervous about it. They are.
Why is that?
Well, my fear is this. If this is caused by the vaccine, which my gut is telling me it is, I guess I can't prove that.
Sure.
But if it is caused by the vaccine, imagine the amount of people that will be dying in the future, because these people can't live with this kind of substance floating around in their vessels. And it's amazing how many people are dying of heart attacks and stroke lately. I mean, one of these little small fibrous tissues gets up into the brain, you're going to have a stroke. If it gets into your heart, it's going to lead you to a heart attack. I embalmed an individual who was not that old. I say not that old, I'm 54. So he was a few years older than myself. Died and listed as a myocardial infarction, heart attack. Had these clots in him, and his wallet was on him. As a part of my thing that I do, I check for personal effects, and his vaccine card is in it.
Ah, sure. Is it when you find something that is not standard in a human body that you're preparing for to be laid to rest? Are you obligated to document it somewhere, even if the family never sees it? Like in a record, an embalming record?
No, and yes and no. It's not a law that any of this stuff has to be recorded. There are places that have embalming reports, but not really.
Okay.
Like if I saw something that looked like it was, if I came across a body and I felt like, hey, this looks like this person was strangulated, then it's my obligation to notify the coroner and say, hey, come take a look at this. This looks like foul play. But when it comes to just like embalming, no.
Look, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. This embalmer. We didn't get to this, but we spoke yesterday. We spoke again this morning. When he was using his tools months ago to try to begin, not to be graphic, but embalming requires that the fluid is moved into the vessels, usually the veins and the vasculature. And so when he went to initially begin that process, he told me that he met with resistance. And so he pulled his tools back and then used other tools to pull what he perceived as a obstruction out. And he pulled it. And that's where he got these long strings, this large, tough strings. It looks like fiber. It looks like fibrous, fibrinogen. Fibrinogen is a precursor to fibrin. It's part of what's involved in the blood clotting cascade. There's a cascade of many different parts of the process when your body tries to protect itself. My God, people are walking around with this in their blood vessels, in their arteries now, and their veins. He couldn't even embalm the person until he pulls all of this out. It's a miracle they were able to walk around for days or weeks with this.
The information
for you to watch that video is from rumble.com. It's called The Dr. Ruby Show. If the link still does exist, it's been shown on the screen for you to go copy and go hear the full details. And if you have an uncensored version of Shapeable World on one of the correlation videos, you can go there and watch the full video if you wish to. The purpose of playing that video for you is to make you understand that if you get poisoned, as I was poisoned, a team member was poisoned, and several other people have been poisoned, example in Cedric McMillan, by drinking water, bottled water, or any type of water that you do not distill, and eating rice, which we're still getting to that point to make you understand what rice is. If you get poisoned, there is no medical institution, no hospital, no drug that's going to remedy your issue if you get to a hospital or you get to any medical professional. We've shown you an example in Cedric McMillan, a bodybuilder, a U.S. Army vet, having access to the highest professionals in the medical field, but he still died. And all the symptoms he had, that's what I had, and I had it 100 times worse. I've explained all the symptoms that I had. Constant belching, even till today that you're hearing the sound of my voice, I'm still belching. I'm belching and burping like every time I eat something, even though it's been reduced with the herbs that the priesthood has given me. Because what happened is that after I got so sick and I got to inform the team members on January 2nd, 2026, and some of the team members came back a week later. Some of them decided to put together financial help and fly out to meet the priesthood physically to get me some herbs so I would be okay. And I got those herbs on the 14th of January 2026. A special kind of herbs to fix the issues, because the priesthood never knew that I was eating rice all this time and it was the cause of my issues. And we're going to get into that particular part of story in a short minute. So if you get sick from these poisons, there is no medical professional, no medical doctor that's going to solve it, because the idea of these poisons that the black elites have given to the world is to make sure that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, do not grow their edible tails and features, so we do not see that they are not mankind. So if these poisons get into your body, there is no way out for you except you have the herbs that the priesthood provided in the one cure for all sickness and diseases, which a lot of you refused. So all the symptoms that you heard of Cedric McMillan getting it, Cedric McMillan got poisoned just like as I was poisoned. But mine was 100 times more worse than what he got. Because from the belching and burping that he talked about, I still have the belching and burping even till today that you hear the sound of my voice, even though it's been getting less and less over a period of time since I took the special herbs that the priesthood provided from the 14th of January 2026. So there is no hospital that's going to solve your issues. You have to prevent yourself from getting sick. The number one way to prevent it is for you to distill water. And we're going to get into that in a short minute, so you know how to distill your water and drink distilled water, because that's the number one poisons. Because they poisoned every water supply. And we're going to show you proof.
So no medical professional, no doctor is going to be able to solve any of your issues if you get poisoned and have consumed enough poisons in the tainted water that we drink in either bottled water or tap water and rice, because you guys have no idea what rice is, but we're getting into that story and you'll know it. So the things that are talking to you right here, as you can see in the Dr. Ruby show, are demons, animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man. The very reason that we are being poisoned for, they are the ones talking to us about it. Because you have to understand this. The demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, do not know that they are animals and not mankind. Because everything that the black elites do is compartmentalized. What does compartmentalization mean? It means keeping secrets. Someone is organizing us into keeping secrets, not knowing what the other person is doing, not knowing what the left hand to the right hand is doing, but they themselves, the black elites at the very top, led by, know the reason why they have organized all this structure. So the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, do not even know that they are not mankind. Why? Because we are all trained in white supremacy, in animal, demon, albino, anybody with straight hair supremacy. So they themselves believe the lies because they don't know the organization and structure of the world, which we have already revealed on Acts 1 and Acts 2 of Shape of a World. And we're still gonna get intimate with it a little bit more here on Acts 8, so you understand the structure. Because the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, do not know that everything and every privilege that they are given is given to them by an institution. They do not own the institution. They have sub-institutions in the institutions. They can own sub-institutions, but whatever they are, whatever they own as a sub-institution is regulated financially, legitimately, legally by a higher institution. So in essence, they do not own the companies that they say that they own. It only is a sub-company to another company. You're going to understand that all in a short minute. The best way we can explain this is this. For example, you try to own a company in the United States of America or anywhere else in the world. What is going to happen is that you're going to go register your company with the Corporate Affairs Commission of any country in the world. So when you register your company with the Corporate Affairs Commission of any country in the world, what do you think you're doing? You are saying that your company is a subsidiary of the Corporate Affairs Commission and not a company of your own. So you have to operate under the laws and legality of the Corporate Affairs Commission, making your company a subsidiary and not truly your own. Because if a company is truly your own, you don't need to register it anywhere. But that is what a lot of people do not understand. And in the Western world, this is what happens. So the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, do not actually own anything. They are given privileges and economic, financial assistance, and it can be taken away at any time because the people who give them the financial assistance and privileges are the black elites, but they do not want them to know that. So that's how everything is compartmentalized, so we do not know what is going on in our world, and the demons have no idea that they are animals indeed, because white supremacy has consumed their minds, even when they look at themselves. Because the one thing that the evil demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails are the very children of Satan. No. They know that they are different from mankind, black people. And when they look at themselves, they can see that they are similar to animals in the hair texture and the way they look. But because of white supremacy, compartmentalization, they look with their eyes. They see it. They hear it. But they cannot understand it. Why? Because of a lie and the poisons fed to us in food and water and everything. Common sense goes away. And it just does not happen with them. It happens with everybody else until you hear the truth from the Creator Himself through His great high priest, Aqua. Without that, you will never know the truth of this world. So if you watch that clip that we played for you of the Dr. Ruby show, which is on rumble.com, because the medical professionals in this world have no idea about what's going on in medicine. They have no idea. The demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails like Dr. Ruby here and this embalmer we showed you, that they pulled out so many strings from corpses, which is what I, as the narrator, you're hearing the sound of my voice right now, was pulling out from my mouth. That is what happens when you drink all the poisoned water and you eat rice, which is poison, together with all the other poisons they put in food and meat. They themselves have no idea that is the reason why people get sick. Because as Dr. Ruby and the embalmer here are talking, their minds are focused on the fact that the 19 vaccine, the shots, the poking, is the reason for all these strings forming in people's bodies, which are making them to have all kinds of sickness, from high blood pressure, as you heard, to cancer, to anything that it is said that they died of. Even though the vaccine, the poking shots did cause this, it is not the major issue. Because why? The medical institution run by the evil black elites at the top who know what's going on never want you to understand that your water and rice is the number one poison besides all the other poisons that they put in food. So they always have to supply information to deceive you from knowing the truth, because once you know the truth, they can't have any control and power over you anymore. So these strings pulled out from people's dead bodies, right? When you look at the image of what I pulled out from my mouth, and I've been pulling out from my mouth since June 2022. And it's in 2022 that Cedric McMillan died. The bodybuilder which I just showed you. This is the reason for people's death. Because when you drink the poisons, which is fluorine, what does it do? It breaks down tissue, bone, structure, plasma, which is real blood, and every other organ in your body, and they form a coagulation which they call cholesterol. You people do not know. In your body, it blocks arteries, it blocks veins, it gets stored in your joint system and everything else in your body, such that your nervous system, the blood flow in your body, your organs, everything in your body is not working properly. And as these things get larger and accumulate more, because you have to understand this, you get sick over getting and eating an accumulation of poisons over time. So you drink one bottle of water today, you get some poisons. You drink another bottle tomorrow, you get an accumulation. And over time, those things accumulate in your body. And this is the result of it. And this is what the evil medical system will call cancer, AIDS, any type of disease is based on the accumulation of poisons in your body, which forms this coagulation because they mix everything together in your body, tissue, blood, bones, and everything, and they form in your arteries and veins, in your joints, everything. Besides the fact that they give you bloating, which you're going to find out as we get along in this particular part and act of shape of world. It gives you bloating because it forms a very dense gas, which is the reason why you will burp as I am burping and as Cedric Macmillan was burping, and whenever he ate food he wanted to throw up just like me, because the gas does not allow the food to digest properly in your tummy. So the food now stays there and becomes a poison, and your body wants to throw it up. You understand in a short minute, but just bear with us as we continue on in the science part of making you understand the poisons that make us sick, which is nothing more but fluorine. So without the herbs of the priesthood, I wouldn't be able to pull this out, because those herbs help to break down the poisons, and my body was able to remove all the stringy materials either from my legs, my chest, my brain, and bring it out into my mouth, and I can pull it out. Because this is one thing they don't let you understand, and we're going to explain this for you to understand it very well. Whenever you eat food, no matter the food that you eat, after the food is digested, all right, all the nutrients of the food are going to be moved up to your brain for it to be stored. The medical sciences don't teach you this, because let's explain this. For example, when you put food in your mouth and your saliva, okay, starts working on the food so that you can chew it, masticate it, and digest it, where do you think the saliva is coming from? It's coming from your brain. But in the medical sciences, they will teach you nonsense. And the saliva is watery. You drink water, right? It goes into your tummy. How is the water now in your mouth in a saliva? Because whenever you drink water, it goes into your tummy. Part of it gets sent to your brain. Another way to explain this is this. When you cry, you cry, right? You can cry from time to time out of maybe pain or whatever. Where do you think the tears are coming from? It's coming from your brain. So whatever you eat, it goes up into your brain and gets stored. So the reason why I'm able to pull this out is that as I'm taking the herbs of the priesthood, wherever I've had all this cholesterol from poisons which break down tissue, bones, everything, and mix it together, the herbs of the priesthood break it down and then help me, my body, for it to be coming out into my mouth, because whenever you eat anything, it has to come back up into your brain. So as it's traveling into my mouth, I'm able to pull it out so it doesn't get to my brain. That's how I survived.